Hey, Ben, can you hear me?
We hear you, McKee.
Okay, yeah. I'm on my phone, man. For some reason, my laptop wouldn't do it.
Oh man,
Don't know why.
I'm on my I'm on my iPad, but because of the camera angle, I'm getting to my Mac because the camera angle is terrible. Thank you. Robbie, see that? Look for that E. Hang on it. Stella, let Robbie watch it with you. Because Robbie doesn't have an email directly to him to go to the link. All right. And I think our attendance is gonna suck for on our side today.
Got you.
Well, gentlemen, we're live.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
You didn't give a countdown or nothing. Hold on.
That's why I muted y'all. I said,
But it's restreamed too, so they can't hear us right now, right?
Okay, so for sure you need to stop talking.
Never mind.
All right, Robert here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get the intro done via this phone and try to ramp up see what's going on with my laptop after that. Worked well last night, the other night. Let's see what's gonna stand.
all right. So, mute everybody. And we're going to get started. Let me share everything once more. Well, it is 10 a.m. and without further ado, we are live, and I want to welcome everyone to the first annual Minority Male Initiative Summit. We have a wonderful day planned, starting with a morning of dynamic speakers and individuals that are doing so many things to impact the community, that are willing to come and share with these young leaders. And then in the afternoon, beginning at 1, we have a dynamic esteemed panel that will question and try to pick their brains, and they're innovators and movers and doing things to uplift the community as well. So we're excited about that, and we just look forward to this day being the jump start to many more things that we hope to bring in this collaboration with the Jonathan Anthony McKee Scholarship Fund, the I Am Dope Skills Academy out of Durham, North Carolina, and as well the nonprofit Clergy for Cures, as well as the Kenneth A. Free Senior Leadership Academy. So with that, I want to kind of bring on some of these pioneers, as I like to say, and just have them kind of give some greetings and shout outs and just kind of introduce the programs and what they're doing. So first up, the initiator who started the conversation to bring this about, the brainchild behind this, is Brother William McKee, who is representing the Jonathan and Anthony McKee Scholarship Fund. So Brother McKee, if you would, I'm gonna pass it to you, and welcome, brother. You're muted, brother, you're muted.
I give my best speeches when I'm muted, Ben. They're the best ones. Yeah, but greetings and salutations to everybody on social media, and I won't say more importantly, but more directly to the young people, the minority males that populate these great programs that you gentlemen have founded. Good morning to you all. It is blessed to be here another day. We used to hear that term from our aunts, our uncles, our grandparents, but the longer we live, we know that that is just real. If you can see another day, you have another chance. And coming post-pandemic with what we've seen through COVID, it should never be business as usual ever again, in my opinion. We have an opportunity to come together and share, and our imperfections put together as a whole make a perfect team, if you will. So I'll give a brief introduction to my role in this function. And I'm gonna start with the inspiration real quick. The person that introduced me was really my inspiration, Ben Free, Pastor Ben. For those of you who don't know, Ben Free put on a conference in Southeast Greensboro. For those of you who are not familiar with Greensboro, North Carolina, the historic North Carolina A&T State University sits nestled right in Southeast Greensboro, which has produced so many scholars, engineers, and great people. But the sit-in for example, that changed the world through nonviolent protests at the Woolworth's lunch counter came from North Carolina A&T. Detley High School is right there. So it's the old African-American community, and Ben Free put on a conference there covering topics such as economics, education, empowerment. And I was so inspired that he took a noun and made it into a verb. He took a thing, a concept, and he moved on it. So I think that was our charge, to found some organizations that could help young people instead of just talking. The rhetoric is at a maximum, the action sometimes is at a minimum. And there's enough issues in all communities and ours to go around for everybody. So that kind of motivated me to take additional steps. I don't know if I told you that, Brother Ben, but it did. And so thank you for that. And then here comes along Delficio McDonald, who starts this great I Am Dope idea out of Durham, North Carolina, the AAU travel teams, basketball, but he infuses it with an education component that is a life that's gonna say, it's already saving lives. So these are the two people that were closest to me in media. We were doing podcasts together on Names Are Not Important, which was a podcast that they did that I co-produced. And they are founding these great youth organizations that are one person at a time. Ben's group, the Ken Free Scholarship, the Ken Free Leadership Academy, it takes students that, not to steal your thunder, and I'll be done with this, that may have had some obstacles in school, and picks those students, those brilliant stones that may have had something happen, and are working with them. Delficio works with young men playing the sport of basketball but want a better life. So this inspired me. And lastly, my father's induction into the North Carolina Athletic Association Hall of Fame. His coaching career spanned 40 plus years through segregation into integration, which for those who may be too young to know, can't take anything for granted. At one time, we know our country was separated through an apartheid system, one black and one white, separate and unequal. My father coached through that era into integration, where the Brown versus the Board of Education decision in Topeka, Kansas came through thanks to Spotswood Robinson, Thurgood Marshall, and those great team of legal minds at Howard University, HBCU. Forged a new America. My dad shepherded a historic African-American high school through that period as athletic director and head football coach. He was recognized by the state of North Carolina a few weeks back. And I said, I got to step it up with my, as the old hip hop song used to say, my contribution to this rhyme. My contribution to the community, it was a call for me to step up, not gloat in something that I didn't do. That was my dad's work. We were there. We helped in some measure, being the ball boy and the water boys for the athletic teams, but he did that. God did that. So it was a charge to me that I needed to do more, or something I could do to help each one teach one, so to speak. So this summit and the future summits, the future interviews will be put together, empowered for the purpose of empowerment in education and entrepreneurship. And today we have a myriad of guests spanning the legal field to education to business owners to authors. So it's always a right time. It's always a right purpose, and it's never wrong to do what we're doing today. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it, Brother Ben.
All right, Brother D. McDonald from I Am Dope Basketball Skills Academy.
Good morning. Of course, I'm the director and one of the coaches of the AAU basketball team, as McKee mentioned, with great integrity. So I appreciate that. So just to give people an idea of what I Am Dope is, the dope actually stands for, and I'll give Brother Ben credit for this because he actually came up with the acronym. DOPE stands for Developing Ownership of Personal Empowerment. So what we do is, our organization is a nonprofit that services young women and men throughout the triangle and the triad. What we try to do is provide opportunities to sharpen crucial life skills through our Leadership Academy program and through our sports division. So we do have a sports division that does some travel basketball. It's primarily developmental. It's really centered around kids who don't have an opportunity to go to some programs or have the opportunities to play in travel basketball programs. Now they have that opportunity to come and get developed. So we don't have any bars in terms of skill set. We bring them all in and try to develop their skills and grow. And one of the things that McKee talked about is legacy, which is really what our Leadership Academy is about, especially for minorities. Now, minority is seen sometimes as all men, but anybody can be in a minority depending on what kind of situation they're in. So what we do is we take people who identify as minority at any scale and show them different ways and give them different resources and show them different avenues that they can begin what their legacy would be. And it's primarily by choosing career choices. So the reason we do that is because we don't know, a lot of people don't know what their career choice should be or can be. And the most important piece of that is what it can be. And what we try to do is give them the tools and the resources so that they can identify what their career choice can be based off what their passion is and be passionate for it. And as we all know, we all have heard those saying, if you're passionate about what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And that's where we want to start these kids, by building their legacy based off of what that passion is. And they can learn it through basketball. We're not trying to make anybody go pro. We give that speech to everybody. We're not trying to create professional basketball players. What we're trying to do is create professionals, period. And however they see themselves going forward, they have the confidence built behind them so that they can go forward and do what it is they want to do. And we do have some good guests that are examples of just that. And I think it's going to be great. Actually, I know it's going to be great for you guys to hear the stories today, so you can get a good feel for what people, how they get to that fork in the road, and how, even though some paths may be shorter or longer, they still get to the same destination. And just to see the different paths that people take is going to be great for everyone to hear today. So we appreciate McKee Brain trusting this thing and bringing it together and making it possible. You're on mute, Free.
Thank you, Brother D. McDonald. I appreciate that. And I'm going to be brief so we can go ahead and get the day rolling with our speakers. But, you know, I am representing initially Clergy for Cures, which is I don't like to say non-profit because that has a negative connotation. I will say a social purpose organization with Pastor Tony Reeves. We started that, but the Leadership Academy, Kenneth Avery Leadership Academy, named after my father, was an idea that kind of developed, like McKee said, back when I hosted a workshop, Southeast Greensboro, in the Windsor Center community. And it was something that I wanted to develop because I saw the need just for young men, and I was in the school system as well, and just seeing the need for young males, just to see opportunities and resources that are out there. Sometimes we get a little limited in what we think we have to do to make it or find a way, or we just limit those things and don't have a wider view of all the options that are out there if we just dedicate ourselves to it. So that's what inspired this, just to work with young leaders and show them the different styles of leadership, the different ways to lead, what leadership is, so that they can carve their way. And that was a passion because, you know, I like to think of my father, who was dedicated as a pioneer. He's got a lot of first connected to his name as an African-American male, and that serves as inspiration just for all, not even specifically minorities, but for all, because he came up through limited opportunities because of segregation. He came up through trying times for Blacks to advance, but still never let that stop him from that vision. So that's what we try to share, and just let all these young leaders know that there are multiple ways, multiple avenues. You just have to find those that fill you with that passion, that joy, and go forward. And it's just good to be able to do this with brothers I've known Brother D for 30 plus years, known Brother McKee all my life. He's family. So it's just good to be able to do that in partnership with people that know you, know what you're about, and you know their vision, and you can share in this journey. So with that, I'm gonna shut my mouth to introduce our first speaker for the day. I see he's on, and before I get into bios, I just want to say, man, just meeting this brother maybe 10 plus years ago, I just saw his drive, his effort, his vision, and he was an inspiration for me. Me and this young star, we started a podcast several years ago, which led to that event Brother McKee mentioned, because, you know, we just wanted to bring something to the community so that people will always have a resource center. That was the name of the show, Live from the Resource Center, because we want to make sure everybody can have a place to go to ask questions or be exposed to new things. So this brother's been an inspiration to me, and we've done some things, and hopefully the near future we're gonna do some more things. But he's on the move so much, I don't know. He's about to take off, so I might have to catch a flight to Mars to get with him. But with further ado, let me introduce my brother. I call him nephew because they used to call me Uncle Ben, but Jacob Crane is an educator, professional speaker, income creator, leadership development trainer, personal development coach, and an author. He's the founder of Dream Chaser Academy and the co-founder of Strive for Perfection Athletics. His book, which I have an autographed copy of, 5 Things You Must Do in Order to Make Your Dreams a Reality, Dream Chasing 101. And his quote is, "Do what you love what you do, dream big and dream often." He's got so much more he's doing, but I'm gonna let him come on just for time's sake, and I don't want to hold him up as well because I know he's got a lot going on, and he can kind of introduce and say some more. So to those that know him and to those that may not, Brother Jacob Crane, welcome, brother.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me good?
We got you loud and clear, bro.
Oh man, that's awesome, man. I'm posted up in the whip, you know. Just got the day started early, man. Trying to catch up, man. You know, having kids. I'm trying to adjust. They in the sports now, so getting everything in order for them, man. But always, man, grateful when you reach out, man. I always get excited about the things that you're doing and that we're doing, man. We just keep doing it, impacted lives as we started at Grimsley a long time ago, though. It's been a while, bro. And it looked like you getting younger, though. It looked like we switching. You got age reversal or something, man.
Well, like I say, as the kids get older, I got to get younger to keep up so they don't think they can get old.
Well, I know one thing you couldn't keep up with me, and that was on the court. You know,
we're not going to get into that.
I know Coach was on here earlier. Maybe Coach, you need to send Coach Free. He may need to sign up from some of your training sessions on that broke jump shot that he got.
I told him we had a spot on the team a little while ago. So
that's what
the spot's still open.
Yeah, I was messing with him. I told him I wanted him to jump back in the coaching, man. I just picked up so many things and demeanor and the love from kids from I call him Uncle Ben or Coach Free. At this point, I'm talking about Coach Free because we were blessed to be around just a very good Coach Corbett and Coach Free, and we were able to just really learn from Corbett and what they were doing up there at Grimsley, and then for me to be able to reach out to Ken, his brother, and the legacy, the Free name that rings so many bells around the Greensboro area, and for me to be able to even be associated with that was truly a blessing for me during my time in Greensboro. To be able to pick up the phone if I had any questions or about any legal thing, I could call Ken, right? If I need a mechanic or if I need a barber, I need a gym, I call Ben. So between the both of them, they knew everybody that were able to. When I adjusted from moving from Virginia and Hampton, when I went to A&T, the transition was smoother when I met Ben. And I remember meeting him because he was getting back in the school system for probably about the 10th time. You know how he do. And we were in orientation with each other, not knowing we was going to be at the same school. I'm looking over him, he looking over at me. We probably the only 2 brothers in there. And then we meet again at Grimsley. And so that's where our big bro, little bro relationship started. And the professional relationship, always professionalism. And we did an event. We did a virtual thing last year, and then we did one in person. We did it in person.
We did it in person back in 2017.
Brother
McKee mentioned, and then last year you helped us kick off the Leadership Academy.
Yeah, so definitely, man, it's just, man, that's 2017, man. I can't believe that was that while ago. Yeah, that was good. So listen, to everybody on here, right? One thing it's a few things I want to leave the young men with. And if they got some pen and paper, just write this down. It's not a lot, but it's what I've been preaching for the last couple of years. And so I know we have some basketball, some football players on here, anybody in sports, or you just enjoy watching. But at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is to be a champion, right? Win a championship, be a champion. But you take those principles and those values and you apply them outside of the court or outside of the field, and you apply them to life, and you break it down. You want to be a champion father, champion brother, champion son. You just want to be the best person you could be, which to me that's a champion, right? And if you put the things together that you're supposed to, you become a champion. So that the first thing that I want to, the first C is communication, right? I want us to learn how to be effective communicators, right? We learn how to communicate in different ways. There's nonverbal, there's verbal. You can write, but when we are able to be effective communicators, it helps us become better leaders. It helps us become better leaders. And so the communication that we have with our teachers, our coaches, our friends, and our family, when we learn to be effective communicators, our relationships are stronger. Are the things that we do and work and on teams that we play in, it makes us a better teammate. It makes us a better son, uncle, father. It just makes us a better person when we are able to communicate in an effective way, right? And some tips for being a good communicator. The first thing, you have to be able to listen, right? God gave us 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason, right? Listen, and it takes a while to do this. You got to practice. You listen and you really take in what that person is saying before you respond. So your response is everything. How you respond to your parents, your teachers, your coaches, your teammates is everything. Your boss is everything. Your response can either take something in a positive or negative direction real quick. So what I've been learning over my years of life is take time to respond, whether it's a text message, email. If it's something that might trigger you, I usually take 24 hours before I respond to maybe a text or email that I know may rile up my emotions. Or if I'm in the moment, I take about 10 or 15 seconds in my mind to kind of go through the scenario of how I want to respond, right? So that's the big tip for becoming a effective communicator is listen first, comprehend what they're saying, and then respond. All right. All right. So y'all got the first C, communication. All right. The second C is character. The second C is character. What you do every day behind closed doors, it's called integrity. That's your character, right? How you do anything is how you do everything. That's your character. Your nonverbal communication, that shows your character. How you respond, that's your character. Um, your last name, right? We talked about earlier. Coach Free, I talked about earlier, the free name, right? How the Freeze responds not only affects Ben, but it affects so many other people around them. The things that anybody with the last name Free, I tell my kids all this time, now you're associated with Coach Crane anywhere you go. So anything you do, if not only affects you at that moment, but affects me, your mom. Just like when a Freeze growing up, they probably couldn't do nothing without it coming back, nothing at all. And if it did, it was a consequence, whether good or bad, that reflected the Free name. All right, so your character, that's the second C. I want y'all to really remember and write down. The next C, right? This is very, very important. Commitment. All right, commitment. Whatever you start, you finish. Do not make quitting a habit. understand this. When you start something, finish it. Even if you do not get the result that you desire, you finishing it, you will learn lessons from the journey along your way at the end of whatever you finish, or it might not be finished. Because if you keep going, at the end of the day, you learn, and then you probably gonna end up getting the results you desire just by not quitting. So if you quit, quitting becomes a habit, then you start quitting on everything. As we get older, you think about quitting sports, or quitting a class. As a man, like if quitting becomes a habit, marriage is involved, right? And those are things that as a man, and as we work on, we want to continue to go and understand that we have to finish what we start, right? And that word is commitment, right? Be committed, be committed to the process. All right, be committed to the process. So those three C's right there, those three C's, I promise you, if you put them together, you'll become a champion in life, right? Not only on the field, on the court, on the track, in the classroom, you will become a champion in life. And so those are my quick points. I would definitely want to leave the young men today, Coach. I'm really harping on this year with my guys, right? The commitment, the character part, the communication, man. I mean, I could keep going on communication, man, because it's so important, especially this generation with the text messages and phones and things like that. Sometimes you have to pick up the phone and call somebody, right, and hear their voice. Like, so you can hide behind a text message, and text messages can be misinterpreted, because people form their own opinions, or perceptions based on the words they use in the text. So that's why it's very important that you confront the problem with the phone call, if it's a problem, to communicate with your parents, or say, hey, mom, dad, man, you know what, I really need to talk to you about, what happened. I felt this way, and this is why I felt this way, right? Those conversations can save a life. Understanding when you learn how to communicate with your parents and your coaches and your teachers, man, it's going to be volumes. I appreciate it, Dr. McKee. Yeah, my book is on Amazon. I do have some copies at home. If you want to reach out and get a signed copy, man, I would love to send you a signed copy book, whoever's watching. Dream Chasing 101, the 5 things you need to do in order to catch your dreams. I wrote that book, man, during my first son. And for me, it was when I was transitioning over. I've been an educator all my life, but I've been a hustler all my life too. But when I start learning the business and entrepreneurship and start diving into different things, I want to create legacy for my family. I started creating different avenue streams for me and my family, for us to do, everything that we want to do, and make sure that my kids get the best that they need, and make sure my wife is taken care of, and just really live the life that I want to live. But the other caveat is, I want to live a purposeful life that God has ordained me to live, right? And so for me, my prayer for everybody is, pray when you pray, ask God to use your passion to fulfill his purpose for your life, not your purpose, but his purpose. Free. Hope that didn't go over your head. You pray that God uses your passion to fulfill his purpose for your life. Because sometimes we get stingy and we get selfish, and we want all these things, and we want to live a certain life, but that may be 9 times out of 10, that's not the life that God has ordained you to live, whatever that may be. But use your skills, your gifts, and use that to bless as many people and impact as many lives as you can, right? And help as many people as you can. And in return, God will bless your life tenfold. And so, Brother Free, Coach, I appreciate you guys, man. Dr. McKee, I appreciate you, man. I really, you guys are really on my heart. I know all our schedules be busy. I'm gonna be calling Free crying. I already know I'm gonna be calling him crying. I got this little girl coming in November. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, I'm stuck with boards for 6 years. I know I'm gonna call
Prayer.
free crime. Yeah, that prayer.
Hey, but look, before you break, give us a little background on SFP, what it stands for, and how it came about. And I
Yeah.
don't know if you want to share some of the new news you posting yet,
Yeah.
but give us a little bit, because that's I took my notes and I'm gonna be repeating it all day. I see AD, and then I'm gonna get some shout in a second, but talk about that, because I want to. This brother is a mover and a shaker, as he said. He's been hustling and he's an entrepreneur. So just real quickly before you go, just share that, the SFP journey.
Yeah. So yeah, strive for perfection, man. So it really started back in Texas with my cousin, who's a coach in Austin. We started with football, and so we wanted to highlight middle school athletes. We was doing highlight tapes before highlight tapes was out for middle school athletes. And so, Jeremiah 29:11 is our scripture. For I know the plans for you is for the prosper and not to perish. And for us, it was really to create a platform for youth athletes. And, we started TTC first. That was the original. We actually brought it back up here. I brought it back. TTC, I need to get a tattoo or something, because all my basketball teams, AAU team, TTC, and it started. We needed to raise money.
No, they don't.
Yeah, we needed to raise money for our teams free, and so that's how SFP started. We started doing tournaments and stuff, and we had a mob, and we had Jeremy, Quan, and I mean we had collegiate guys, and we was able to take those guys everywhere. We were blessed with some uniforms from your boy that's with Montrez Harrell. His people blessed us with some Raptors uniforms.
We had to take a journey to get them uniforms.
Yeah.
That's another story.
Yeah, so I mean, we grinded it out, man, and so, I was able to learn so much from that and create a platform for students and create a tournament business from that, and then from that grew Elite 50/50, which is our individual camps, and we'll actually be in North Carolina this month doing a elite basketball camp. And so at these camps, we bring in professional trainers, we bring in mental health specialists, we bring in strength and conditioning people, and we do it at a high level, at a collegiate professional level. So just so student athletes can see what it takes to play at that level, real intimate. We not, this is not knock on anybody else, but we like to keep our numbers low so we can really give detailed attention. I know a lot of camps that come in have 200-300 kids, and I understand that's the business, right? But we do like to keep our numbers small so we can really pay attention to detail. And so for that reason, our camps for Elite 50/50 are invite only. You have to meet a criteria to be invited to these Elite 50/50 camps. So if you do play basketball, if you know somebody play basketball, we will be in Greensboro September 25th, 24th, 25th, whatever that weekend is, Saturday, Sunday. Boys will go on Saturday and girls will go on Sunday. And we'll be there with Drew Cone, Cone Work. I know y'all know who Drew Cone is, his brother. Jalen Cone played for us back in the day as well. And so, again, we started these different platforms for kids to really showcase their gifts and put them on a national stage to get them recruited. And from my heart and my passion in helping kids, I just turned it into a business. And again, we're not knocking people over the head or anything like that, but our product speaks for itself, as many kids as we've been able to help. And so we've been able to do that for the last 5 years. This will be our 5-year anniversary. We have one of the biggest middle school all-star games in the nation coming up in February this year. You have to be nominated to play. The kids, get to dress up for a red carpet event. It's a whole all-star weekend dedicated to them. Everything is personalized, from jerseys to bags, socks, all the giveaways, a lot of sponsors. We get kids from all over. I think last year we had kids from 12 different states come participate in Richmond, Virginia. And so it's going to be in Richmond, Virginia. And then the caveat is in March, that following weekend, we're going to go down to the South. I'm going to go back home, and we're going to do our first back in Fort Worth, Texas. And we're going to do our first middle school all-star weekend in Texas that following weekend in March, and grab the kids from Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi, those kids right there. And so Yeah, and for the ladies, I didn't forget about you. We started She Hoops last year. It was amazing. We did a thing with the Dallas Wings. So we just taking different groups in basketball, man, and really taking what the knowledge that I know and the people and surrounding the network and bringing it all together to give these young men and young women platforms to accomplish their goals. And we do that through the 3 C's, right? Communication, character, and what's the last C, Coach? See if you remember.
Commitment, baby.
You got to
Hey,
be
listen,
committed to the
listen,
process.
listen.
Fall in love with the process. If you fall in love with the process, you'll never work a day in your life. That's it. That's all I got.
Hey, and we appreciate you. And like I say, man, it's awesome what you're doing. Can you give us the website and information and how everybody can contact you?
Yeah.
I'll write it down and put in the chat because seriously, just staying in contact and following, just looking at how you've grown, just the Strive for Perfection, the tournaments, and then the All-Star Weekend, man, seeing the growth in that is amazing. And people that may not be familiar, like they might not appreciate as much because I remember when you started it, looking at
it was rough.
and looking at now it's becoming All-Star Weekend and seeing the kids dress up and they got their photos with their cards with their stats and everything and height. And I mean, it's amazing. And you do that with both girls and guys basketball. That's a lot of work, brother. That's a lot of work. And you do 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, right?
Yeah. So yep. So each grade level had their own games. Last year we had over 300 nominations. We ended up selecting about 80 kids to participate. So yeah, it was awesome. But yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. My personal Instagram is Coach J Crane. I forgot my Twitter, but I don't be on Twitter that much. I'm more active on Instagram, trying to get the TikTok game up and all that stuff. But Coach J Crane, and then the regular Instagrams are whatever the platforms are, SFP Athletics and Elite 50/50. Both have Instagram and TikTok and social media and Facebook pages. We're very active on Instagram and Facebook. And again, you could DM me, Coach J Crane, for a book. The first 5 people that DM me, the book is free. The first 5 people that DM me and say they want a book, send their address, and I get that book out to you on the house. So you need a book, let me know, Coach J Crane, just DM me or get with Coach Free, and I get your information from him. But I'm always grateful and just honored to even be a part and still be in this circle of trust, in the free circle of trust. All I know, if I stay in the free circle of trust, I'm good. I'm good. I can go to North Carolina. I know ain't nobody gonna mess with me.
Well, I truly appreciate you, brother, and just remember and know that you're an inspiration to me. So keep doing what you do. We appreciate you. Please, everybody on. I see some of my young leaders. I see some of the mentors and adult leaders on. Just please follow this brother and stay in contact because he is doing so much. That's impact. So, brother, I'm gonna let you go because I know you got a full day of that.
Yeah, make sure I get Coach. Make sure I get your information so we can link up.
We'll get that to you.
Thank you, brother.
I will, definitely. Thank you.
All right. So appreciate you, brother Jake Crane. So once again, let me get a couple shout outs in before we get ready for our next speaker. I'm trying to see.
Lozelle Free from Los Angeles, California.
He stepped into the comments. Shout out.
He did.
So I just want to give a shout out. I see some of my leaders in here. I see Killer Cam, who's supposed to be a baller. Welcome. AD, young stunner. I saw him in there looking for stuff to take notes. Damien, well, some of my young leaders, I got a few that's out of town and a few that's not feeling well, but nevertheless, we keep it moving. Want to give a shout out. Dean, you want to give a shout out to the IAD family that's on? I see they're on. I want you to give them the props and let me say, Sister Queen Stella McDonald, the work you doing That newsletter is amazing. Who's been there. So Brother D, go ahead and give shout outs.
Well, I can't see the participants like you can from your end. So I see the ones who logged in from Zoom, but not from
Okay,
anything.
you got the Queen Stella on, you got young Prince Robert is on. Also, I thought I saw Coach Jamal on. I did see him. Yeah. Coach
He's
Jamal is
See
on.
that.
So welcome to all. Glad you're on. Glad you made it. All right. But powerfully, and Brother Will McKee is out there pumping it up. So I appreciate everybody that's in the chat. Appreciate everybody who's out watching it. We're streaming on all platforms. Clergy for Cures, Facebook, YouTube. Brother D, I know we were struggling with some technicalities. Did it pop up on the IAD page?
I was looking for it. I reposted it. It was reposted from the IID page, but it wasn't showing.
Okay.
So it is now, but it's showing IAD through Clergy for Cure. So they still have access.
Okay. So awesome. So welcome to all that's watching on Facebook, YouTube. We appreciate you. And that's one of the things. Go ahead, Brother McKee.
Real quick, I just wanted to say big shout out again to Brother Jacob Crane. And I get inspired every time. It's great to see real briefly brothers in programs where they are giving speeches, but they're in the gym and in the classroom with our people, our students every day. Please go get his book. This young leader is an author as well. And so just wanted to shout that out again. He's the new governor of the state of Virginia, in my opinion.
No doubt. So before we get ready for our next speaker, I don't see him on yet. So we got a few minutes. Just want to reiterate, because as we keep pointing out, most of us started in education, and that's where I met Jake at Grimsley. We were both haggling human resources, trying to get them to add more years experience so we can get more pay. And I didn't realize we were going to the same place, but I was like, oh yeah, you in there haggling human resources with me, what's up? And then we just hit it off. And like I say, he took like it to me. He started calling me Uncle Ben, and we just started sharing stuff, and once again, just seeing his vision. But one thing that's very important is that communication. And that's one thing I try to preach in my classroom. Like, if we can communicate and do it respectfully, honestly, we can, I tell my students, we can get over any obstacle or make it through any situation, and that comes with respect. Number one, respecting yourself. All right. But communication is always powerful. All right. And I know with this new age, young folks, I know y'all like to keep them heads on them games and them screens, but like Jake said, sometimes you got to call and talk, because things can get misconstrued through text. And that character, man, that goes along with self-discipline. The things you do when people aren't looking or people can't see you is very important. Will you be the same person? Are you who you are behind the scenes that you are out front? And then the commitment. And that's something we struggle with. I know finishing things out, it can be tough. And things don't go our way or we don't get the results. It could be tough, but young leaders, finish it out. All right, we're in the age where people jump around and do stuff, but there's value in commitment, because in anything we commit to, we learn something. Whether it's good or bad, the outcome, the results, we learn something. And if you keep the mindset that you're always learning, that continues to show growth. All right. And the sign that something is dead is when it stops growing. All right. I see Brother Kid Free Julia, he's getting ready. He's gonna give us a powerful thought a little later on this morning. But always keep growing. All right. If you stop growing or feel that you've arrived or you can't learn anything new or keep expanding, that's a sign you're going the other way. All right. And that's one thing I try to always keep. And young folks, don't think that we don't learn from you. All right. A lot of us, haven't grown up in this age of technology and these different perspectives you have because we're in a new era, new age. So we do learn from you. But sometimes because y'all a little more savvy and stuff, y'all think we don't know nothing. I'm not gonna get on that soapbox, but understand that we do learn from you, young folks. All right. So, but you have to have patience in anything. All right.
That's true.
Because sometimes y'all think, oh, y'all don't know this, and but understand we've been your age. You haven't been ours. All right. So understand we've been there. All right. But there are certain things we don't see in your perspective because this is social media, tech. This is a new realm. All right. So understand that. So, Brother D, I don't see Brother Gene, but is there anything you want to share that's coming up with IAD or anything or?
Yeah. So nothing upcoming other than we're doing the free workout trainings to get kids prepared to try out for their middle school and high school teams coming up. So they're always welcome at Community Life Center where we do our trainings and practices normally. So for everyone that's here, going back to the communication, we definitely don't want to get on that soapbox about the about technology because we'll be here all day with the whole we started this position because we're the beginning of that technology in our generation, but we're for the ones that they use so much now. But the I think the key thing for what Jacob was talking about, which was so powerful in terms of communication, was that the key to effective communication is proper interpretation. So the way to have proper interpretation is to remove all emotion from it and have the proper conversation. Once you can do that, then you have much better and effective communication. So, but that's all that I have. I'm checking on Brother Gene Blackman as Brother Ken Free puts a banana in our face for the day. But I'm checking on Brother Gene Blackman now to make sure he's not having any technical difficulties. His segment was going to be a little short today anyway. But
okay. Look. Yeah. Let's do this. Because we had a little break that we will take before Brother Free, but we can go ahead and take about 10 minutes. It's 10:50, and we'll see where we're at 11. I know Brother McKee had something he wanted to share, so if you want to do that, everybody just stay logged on, but get a break if you need to stretch, get the bathroom, check your voicemails, whatever. We appreciate it, but stay connected. But Brother McKee, you can go ahead if you want to share that, and then we'll come back fully at 11. shout out to Brother Stephen Ibarici, who was instrumental in making the Leadership Academy roll. Shout out to you, brother. Yeah, go ahead, McKee. Just make sure to enable it should be a couple tabs at the bottom to enable the volume when you share. Make sure you hit that.
Which year, huh?
All right, it is 11 o'clock. It is 11, so we're gonna jump right back in. I hope everybody's all right. So we were slated. Sorry about that. We were slated to have Brother Gene Blackman. We'll see if we can get him on, but if not, no problems. We're gonna move right forward to our next speaker who was supposed to speak this morning, and he was ready and prepared, and I see him on looking good. He looks like another brother I know named Ben Freer. But anyway, but I want to, once again, before we get going, I know Brother McKee, I sent did you want to introduce this next speaker we got coming?
I can do that, Ben. It'd be my honor and pleasure.
All right. Well, I will pass it to you, brother.
Coming to the stage, I'm gonna do a Steve Harvey style. Coming to the stage at this time, we have one of the best legal minds in our country. I would say, and it's an honor and a pleasure to introduce him. We have Kenneth A. Free Jr., Esquire, who is a graduate of Page Senior High School, a graduate of North Carolina A&T State University in the class of 1993. He has a BS in economics. He's a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Graduated from the North Carolina Central School of Law in 1997. Guilford County Assistant DA for 8 years. He's the owner of Knight and Free PLLC and K Free Law for 17 years. He's a member of the United Methodist Church, currently attending West Market United Methodist Church. He is married to the Honorable Judge Michelle Fletcher for 18 years. That is awesome. He has one son, Kenneth Allen Free III, better known as Trey, who is a rising junior at Grimsley Senior High School. So the next voice you will hear, without further ado, one of the greatest legal minds of our time, attorney Ken Free Jr.
Oh no. I don't know if I'm on or not.
We can hear you. You good to go, brother.
I'm good to go. Well, it is, man, after that introduction, y'all make it seem like I'm smart. But far from it. Been just blessed and great to be here. One of the things I just got to get out of the way is just so awesome to see these young men who, all right, so to let the cat out of the bag, William and I are a little older than Ben and Dee and Jacob and all them. So it's great to see these young guys who were these leaders we saw as young guys who are putting this together and doing things for the youth. It is outstanding, amazing seeing, because honestly, with Didi, I had some doubts at times, but he's doing great things in Durham. I'm so proud of him. And then, of course, my little brother who, at one point, couldn't wipe his nose, and now to see him being a minister and a youth mentor and leader is great. And getting to know Jacob Crane, and so it's proud of him. I saw him, young coach, coming up, learning, absorbing, and now looking at him leading his own program. Funny thing is, I noticed how he didn't mention any of my coaching, so I guess I didn't make an impression on him, but that's all right, because I used to coach too, but I guess that tells me about that. But I'm not here for that. I'm here for, I'm honored to be here to speak to everyone and to talk about my journey, so to speak, and then to go into how it led me into starting my own business. And I really am very happy to be a part of that, and very humbled that my brother would ask me, because sometimes, he doesn't like me to talk. And other things is, being a lawyer, we don't mind talking, especially because we charge at $300 an hour. So, but I wanted to break down sort of my segment, so to speak, into three parts, sort of speaking, because you heard a lot about, especially with what William McKee's lineage and our family's lineage. And so you've got to look at our history. One of the things that our father, Ken Free Sr., always stressed to us is know your history. Know where you came from, know how you got here, know the people in your lives. We were very fortunate to have a historian like our dad who provided all that. We were very fortunate to witness our Uncle Jonathan Williams' dad, in his greatness as a coach, mentor to young men, and the young men that he led and who went on in his lifetime. And so we got to understand the history, or your history. What we want, I always tell kids, you gotta, you hear from us and why we tell you our history. So one, you don't make the same mistakes we might have made, or you can improve on what we have done or the groundwork that has been laid before you. I came from, me and Ben, as William was so gracious in my history, grew up. We were actually born in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I spent the first 8 years of my life in Fayetteville. And then we moved to Durham, and then eventually came to Greensboro. Graduated from Page High School. And, it was a great high school career that I had there. Wouldn't change anything about it. Made good grades, thought I was probably smarter than I was. Then went on to North Carolina A&T. And I never forget when I initially went to South Carolina State College, was there for a semester, then eventually transferred to A&T. And I never forget when I sort of knew I was going to go into the law, but then again, I decided, I was in transition, not knowing what to do, because I was involved with youth, and my father got us into working in parks and recreation. It was torn. So, but I remember Dean Craig, the longtime dean at North Carolina A&T, asked me, did I want to teach or did I want a job after I graduated? And I said, I want a job. So he convinced me to come to the business school, and probably one of the best decisions I ever made, and be an econ major. And it allowed me freedom to do a lot of things, and had a lot of opportunities and doors that opened for me being in that program. But I also was a son of Ken Free, and a son of Ken Free, we were very involved in Parks and Rec. I first started my love of coaching at Lewis Recreation Center, and working with kids and working with youth. Had the great privilege of coaching a young man in football and basketball by the name of Benjamin Free, who turned out okay. We had to get on him quite a bit, but other than that, he came out okay. And then other youth that passed through that I had a chance to be a part of their lives. And that love, I still carry with me to this day. And I eventually went into law school. Now, going to law school was an event. I was a little older, but how hard could this be? And I remember we sitting into the auditorium, all the young people. It was 125 of us that started out. And I'll never forget when the dean of the law school came up and said, look to your left, look to your right. One of you ain't going to be here after 3 years. I thought surely he weren't talking to me. And then we started classes. And I would just tell you this. cockiness and not going into being humble and complacent. Cockiness and ego will hurt you. I had an ego. I was a little bit cocky, and I was quickly humbled my first week at law school. I never forget when we did a paper and we had to write a simple thing on a case, turn it in, and that's where I received my first F that I've ever received in my life, and freaked me out. Talked to the professor, said, "Hey, there's got to be a mistake. There must be something wrong here." Professor said, "No, that's you." And she was like, "You need help." I mean, she was like, "You need help bad, or you ain't gonna make it. You just are not gonna make it." And to hear that made me step back. And I went back, and all I remember is that I started panicking, and I started thinking these thoughts that I made the biggest mistake of my life. And then I was trying to think about what my future was going to be now that with this and law school. So, and I did, after all this panic and concern and anxiety, I did what any young man at the age of 27 at the time would do in this time of reflection and in a time of struggle. I called my mama. And when I called my mama, I never forget, she got on the phone and she said these three things to me. And it sort of echoed what Coach Crane talked about earlier. She said, "Look, you made a commitment. We taught you that if you make a commitment, you got to see it through. Win, lose, or draw. You're going to see it through, and you got to do it." She said, "Second, we didn't raise no quitter. You smart. My mother was a teacher, education. She's like, you got to study. You got to buckle down. Do what they tell you to do. Work hard. Work to get to where you need to be. You can do it." And then she said, "Third, we done sold all your furniture in your room, so you ain't got no room to come back to. So you can't come home. We done made it an office now, and we love it." So faced with those challenges, I went back and I applied myself. And as you'll learn throughout your history and what you build is those struggles that you remember. Everything that comes easy, you don't remember, but those struggles that you have, you remember, you take with it for the rest of your life, and you learn from those struggles. And I tell you, boy, I worked hard and made a C and got out of it. We had a little saying at Central: "See me, free me." And you moved on. And I tell you, that was my one grade. That C is what I'm most proud of in my life that I did, because it showed me that if I was committed, as Coach Crane talked about, if I stuck with it, that I could do it. And I tell everybody, if I can do it, you can do it. With anything you apply yourself to, with any struggle that you face, allow yourself that little time to panic, little time to think, and then see it through. Turn to the ones you love and trust and can depend on to give you some guidance. But ultimately, it's on you to move forward. And I was afraid, I tell everybody, I graduated with honors from Honor Society, National Honor Society from Page High School. I graduated magna cum laude, second highest honors from North Carolina A&T State University. But I graduated, thank you, Lottie, from North Carolina Central Law School. And that was one of the most proudest. I said, "Give me my diploma." I snatched it out of the person's hand when he was handed out to me, because I didn't want them to take it back, and took it on and went on. So that's the one thing about your history. And then, which moves me on to, I became a prosecutor. And that's when you get into whatever you're going to do in your life, whether you're a coach, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a construction worker, that's when you learn about life. You learn relationships, you meet people, different people from different backgrounds that grew up with you. College gives you some of it, gives you a taste of it. But when you get out in that real world, buddy, and you're dealing with people with different backgrounds, educations, family dynamics, anything, it's a whole new world. Being a DA you met all kinds of people. We were very fortunate, Ben and I, we are about people. We about heart. We about looking at the human. We know people make mistakes. We were taught at a very early age at Celia Phelps United Methodist Church on some occasions about forgiveness and moving on. And so you know, being a prosecutor is tough. I tell everybody, I prosecuted. The law, just so you know, does not discriminate. Black, white. Now, I'm not talking about punishments. I'm talking about law does not discriminate. Whether you black, white, Indian, Hispanic, it does not matter. Age. I prosecuted as young as 7 years of age. I prosecuted somebody, and as old as 87 years of age. So age doesn't matter. And I did that. And it blows your mind the things you learn or you see the struggles. I never knew about the struggles of alcohol. Me and my brother had seen addiction, what we had dealt with in our family, but not at the level that you see. And, you know, we lived in this side. You know, I used to think Greensboro was the most boringest city in the world. And then I found out we not only the DWI capital, but between us and Asheville, we give Miami and anybody a run for their money with drugs and everything and interdictions that go on through here. So it's amazing how you grow up. You grow up in life and you're going to make mistakes. You're going to hurt people. You're going to make people happy. And through your history, you got to get to that point where you make decisions. And we get to that point where the decisions, it's not about satisfying other people. It's not about satisfying your parents or anything. It's about making the best decision that you, one, can live with, and one, you felt that you put your mind and thought to it. When I got to the point where I knew everybody's not going to like me or be happy with my decisions, that's when you know the leadership or that you're growing comes from. And a lot of that is from your history and what you learn, what you do and what you not or not to do, which gets us to the present. I was a prosecutor for 8 years. And then I decided it was time to move on and start my own business. And I will tell you, when I initially started, it was because I got tired of a boss. There's no big explanation. It was like I wanted to call my own shots. If I have to come in late, I can come in late because it's my place and I have to take consequences. If I wanted to do something in a direction, it was all on me. But just like Ben can tell you, just like Dee Dee can tell you, just like William can tell you, just like anybody, Coach Crane can tell you, leadership comes with those tough decisions, because with anything you lead, anything you own, it's like any business, it's it's about what the leader brings. You have to have that integrity. People have to believe that what you tell them. People have to know that you're going to shoot it straight with them. In my line of work, it's so funny. My brother brought this up to me, and I told him that my son growing up didn't know that I ran a business. He didn't understand that my law practice was a business, because to him, a business was like you go to McDonald's, you order a hamburger, they give you a hamburger. To me, you coming in for service. And how do you sell something you can't see? And that's a big part of my business is about service. Even though, and I see Stephen Ayubarici on here, he deals with real estate, but he provides a service. But at the end of the day, people can get a house, they get keys, they get that one thing that the service he provides. What was hard, and so it's hard for people to understand. You know, you see these TV shows. Law is not like these TV shows where they pay big money to these lawyers and they and you think you're supposed to get off. No, you're paying for the service. And that's what we try to stress to our clients and to anybody with any business. But the one thing you have to do that transcends over any business or any leadership kind of potential is they have to believe in the person that's providing the product. If you believe in that person and believe in us and know that we're going to not only work hard for you, but do the best for you. You may not like some of it. You may not like or you may love all of it, but know that we are doing the best and going to give you the best out of everything. And that's what we try to do in the present. And that's what you should do with anything you perform. If you play sports, you do it at the best of your ability every day. Work hard for that payoff, for that benefit, the joy of being successful. Each day, as we say, and Ben has heard me, and he's probably sick of me saying, each day is a gift. That's why we call it the present, because you get every opportunity. You mess up yesterday, guess what? You got a whole new day to make up for it. I thank God every day when I wake up. Every day I thank him because he's given me an opportunity to get it right. That's all I can ask for, is that opportunity to get it right. I know as coaches, and some of us coaches can get it. If you give me that one play, we gonna get it. If you give me that one, don't keep me in it, because if you give me that one shot, but every day you live for that one shot. Every day you look to get better. And that's what we try to do in any business. You have to learn. You have to learn and take bumps and bruises. Just because you start something and it doesn't work the first month, 2 months, 3 months, if you believe in it, you stick with it. You're only as good as your next play, as we used to say in sports. We stick with it, stick with it, stick with it. When I started my business, we didn't turn out a profit every day. Sometimes I couldn't even pay myself. I was very blessed to have a wife who is a judge and supported me, and to have people in my life that supported me. But you got to stick with it. But we believed in what we're doing. I had employees who believed in me and believed in the system and what we were putting out, and they trusted me. And you go through it and you learn. You learn about what bills are important, what you have to do. And I'm going to tell you the 3 keys when running your business in a second. And then eventually we hung in there. And now we could say I'm in my 17th year of being a private business owner. And I wouldn't change any of it. And I am still learning, still growing in my business, and thinking of new ways to provide different services that people will still come back. So the 3 things you have to remember is always, with employees or whatever who you work with, make sure they, one, and even from a coaching standpoint, believe in your vision, believe in what you want to try to do, and they believe in the process, and work that process. They believe in that. 2, get you a good accounting system and an accountant, people that will help you with money, monetary matters, tax. The biggest thing that hurts businesses or finishes businesses, taxes. Not doing taxes, getting behind. To understand payroll taxes, to understand any kind of things associated with a business, what you pay in taxes as a private business owner, what you pay as a corporation, as sole proprietorship. Getting those kind of people in place, good employees that work hard and believe in your vision, getting that financial back that you need, and everything, advice that you get, which starts getting good accountants and keeping them and having that aspect covered to make sure you don't get behind, to make sure your business stays afloat. And they help you with understanding your expenses, profit, loss, and everything, and learn. You keep learning. And the 3rd thing, keep always visioning for what we're going to move into the future. You always got to plan for the future. What's next? Because eventually, the same old is either going to, or in my profession, 73% of the world's attorneys live in the United States. So it's a very hard competition. A lot of people do what I do. I specialize in criminal and traffic law, but there's probably 60% of the lawyers here in this county do the same thing. So I reinvent myself. So what do? We help people or look into post-conviction relief, people who've been sentenced harshly, what we were talking about earlier about sentencing, and helping those in that regards. We do businesses. We help organize business, start businesses, always reinventing ourselves. they changed the laws, and a lot of people haven't realized with expungements of what people who have been convicted, like they have made mistakes years and years in their past, and we help fix it so they can move forward. One of the best stories I had was I had a gentleman who, when he was young, just messed up and got mixed up in a thing, thought he was making good money selling drugs, and then got caught. But he was young, wild, he knew that. But now, 20 years after he got arrested, he was a family man, started his own business, successful business, father of two boys that were very involved in athletics, very successful man, but was upset because he couldn't even coach them at the YMCA because of his background. And we had the pleasure of saying, hey, you know something, we can help you. Let's take a look at it. And we got his record expunged. And for the first time in 14 or 15 years, he was able to coach his son's baseball team. That's the service we provide, reinventing ourselves, helping people, and understanding with the hearts that we give out. And I thank my father for teaching us that everybody has a story. And just because it's not your story doesn't mean it's not a good story, a bad story, a sad story, or the wrong story. But everybody has a story. And to be able to help and to be there for people is what I try to do. Sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's a curse, but I'll never give up on people. So I know I've talked too much. I'm sorry, Ben. That's what you know, you're going to get on me later. You're going to get on me later about running my mouth, talking too much, but that's all right. I hope
you actually right on time, and I just appreciate I was taking my notes, but I appreciate you breaking down your history, because oftentimes, a lot of times we look at failures, and failures can determine how we continue on a path. But sometimes, once again, to that notion of maybe not failures, but the struggle you said.
Yes.
If we know we learn from that struggle, it's how we respond. And you said how you come back in your future, learning from your history, to where you can celebrate that time because it helped you grow into what you become, a successful lawyer who's prominent in this area. Like I say, people know Ken Free in the law system, but it goes back to that humbling. And sometimes we need to be humble.
Yes.
Now, I took a different path. Okay, you made the A's and stuff. I was on the struggle bus. Okay.
Now, I say that, he says that with a caveat, because I want y'all to know, and I always joke. The reason why, because he's actually a very smart man, and he took it for granted. So it wasn't this man. So don't let it fool. Even though they did write his diploma in pencil because they didn't know
if
he was gonna get in there.
They did. I was sweating. I was on that front row waiting to make sure they didn't call my name. But I look at what it cost me, to your point of the history thing. Right. I lost some opportunities maybe that I would have had athletically because of that.
Right.
So it made me, as I got older and eventually finished my college degree and went back and started a master's, it made me a little more humble about the process and preparation going into teaching. Who would have thought I would have ever been a teacher, okay, with my history in education? But it's those struggles that I learned and said, I can do this if I just take it a little more serious and grow from it. And that's the key thing I want these young folks to take from their history. It wasn't about, I got to see just enough to pass, but it was the humbling that you celebrated, that you had to work hard and earn something, which made you take it even more seriously to hone it so you could continue to make those A's going forward. And I want them to understand you need that struggle to mold you. It's just like the fire, the furnace. It can either burn you up or it can refine you. You make that choice. All right.
That's right.
So I appreciate you for that, because I see next brother's on, so we do want to get it moving, but I thank you.
I thank you.
Attorney Ken Free, let me give him this shout out. He's at 503 West McGee Street in Greensboro. I hope you don't need him, but if you do need him, you know where to find them. All right, and you can check them out, Facebook, Kid Free. And next time we have him on, we'll get more into the coaching aspect, because he ran one of the more successful high school basketball programs in this area and the state, won a national championship. But we'll get to that a little later. But we appreciate you, brother, and I thank you. I took my notes. Everything that comes easy, you don't remember. That's powerful. So I appreciate you. Love you, brother. And we're gonna share some lunch soon. All right. So with that, I'm gonna pass it to Brother D to announce this next brother, this next powerful brother who when you say impact the community, his name is one of the first you hear. So go ahead, Brother D, and bring on our next dynamic speaker.
Oh, absolutely. And it's interesting to sit here because I'm watching one, Will McKee Brain Trust this thing, who is I would consider a mentor to me now. Kenny, who was growing up, was a mentor towards me then, and he wasn't lying about he wasn't sure if I was gonna make it, because he knows directly some of the trouble I got in. So those are some accurate.
You were one of the only knuckleheads we knew that played the viola though. You still you were coaching.
So for any of my kids who are on, that statement is true. I was in the Greensboro Youth Symphony. So just take that. They know the history. But this other brother that's coming on has been a mentor to me growing up. Also, I consider him a mentor to me now. I won't even call Gene a mentor. Gene's family. We're not necessarily. We're not blood related, but I'd be damned if we ain't family, because he definitely is that. I've known Gene almost all my life since I was about 10 years old. So we go back more than 30 years, as being mentioned. He received an honorary doctorate from Miracle University up in Virginia. So we have to address him as such. He is Dr. Gene Blackman. And he does do a lot of community organizing over on the Phillips Avenue area, for which we grew up. Has had a very powerful impact on the community there. He took one of his businesses, which is the Prestige Barber College, which is set for young women and men in that area to grow as young entrepreneurs, as barbers in the business. So without further ado, he had some technical difficulties, so we're a little out of order, but want to introduce Gene Blackman. He definitely has a story, a very powerful story that I felt like would be good for not only just young men, but any growing entrepreneur to hear. So Gene, floor is yours. Thank you for coming, brother.
Man, thank you for that introduction. It's an honor to actually be here and to see so many amazing men. I feel like a kid myself, taking in some of the information that I heard Attorney Free kick to us. So, man, I appreciate this, and I'm really honored to be here. I won't be long. I'm going to shoot some things straight. I'm gonna go through my history a little bit, tell you a little bit about myself and how I got to where I am. And then I'm going to share about 4 or 5 principles that I think would be beneficial to anyone who's in business. Like Didi said, I grew up in the Phillips Avenue area. That's home to me. We stayed in my grandmother's house. It was like my mom was a single mom with 3 kids, and her sister was a single mom with 3 kids. And we all stayed in my grandmother's house, and Lord knows that saved our lives. But growing up in Phillips Avenue, you saw a little bit of everything. And I remember around 16 years old going to Page. I got into a little bit of trouble because I was hanging with some young men who were breaking into houses. They were breaking into cars. And I happened to be with them when they got caught. I never did anything, never broke into a house, never broke into a car, never took anything from anyone, but I happened to be with those gentlemen when they got caught. And I just remember when people used to say, man, watch the company you keep, because, you know, what they do can, you know, affect you as well. And I found myself actually living that lesson. So I get down to the interrogation room, And the detective is questioning me. Now, of course, I don't have any information to give them because I was never with those guys when they were doing what they were doing. Well, because of the setup of the justice system, and the fact that this white detective had the privilege to charge me, he charged me with accessory after the fact, larceny, and possession of stolen property. Now, here I am, a young man facing charges, never did anything, and my family does not have money for a lawyer. So now I have a public defender telling me if you don't want to go to jail, you need to plead guilty. So guess what I do? I plead guilty, not thinking about things down the road. So I did not get any jail time. However, I had a criminal record that was stuck with me. And now I'm at a point where McDonald's won't even hire me. And I would go to interviews and interview well. Likable guy, likable kid, very mannerable. But nobody would mess with me when they saw that paper that said larceny, possession of stolen property, and accessory after the fact. So now my life is like, oh man, what am I going to do? So I had to make some decisions. Am I going to rock out in the streets and sell some dope real fast? Or am I going to try to figure out something else? I thank God that I picked up barbering at 10 years old. So that was something that I was, doing in the neighborhood throughout middle school and high school. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna go to barber school and give that a try. And if that doesn't work out, man, I'm gonna go out here and bang in these streets hard. Got to barber school and it was no looking back. It was absolutely no looking back. My criminal record had no effect. And I just remember saying after one of the interviews that I went to, I remember saying to myself, man, I'm never going to fill out another job application again in my life. And because of barbering, I haven't had to. And so that was a blessing to me, a major blessing to me. And then I wanted to use my platform to help other young men and women who may have had some similar situations, or get on the front end of it and prevent them from running into the same situations. So I started coaching and started doing a whole lot of community service. Started coaching at Craft Center, did basketball 10 years at Craft Center. Then I moved on to Page High School, coaching the 9th grade squad until my criminal record came up and they had to let me go. Then I went back to Pillar, started coaching at Pillar, and coached football and baseball up there as well. Started barbering. It was wonderful. Never had a hungry day since I started. Worked hard. It was just an extreme blessing to me and my family. But I knew that there was another level for me to go. There was a deeper calling. And so in 2011, decided to open a barber school. And we put that barber school on Phillips Avenue, where I grew up at, because we wanted to provide hope for young men and women in that area the same way that barber school helped me. We wanted to provide that opportunity to our community. So we've been open since 2011, and we have been changing lives tremendously. We've had, kids that have committed homicides, do their time, come out and get their barber license. We've had, Bloods, Crips, all in the same place, working together to achieve their goals and get their certificates. We've had people that did not graduate from high school. They're in the shops now, making money and owning their business. So we've really been able to help a demographic that generally does not have opportunities. And so, we're grateful to be in position to do so. So with that being said, I do want to share a couple principles that have been extremely helpful to me in my business. And I preach it, I teach it to my students, and I see how it helps them as well. One is no matter what type of business you have, whether you're a lawyer, barber, you do landscaping, it really does not matter. Whatever type of business you have, make sure you master customer service. Make sure you master customer service. I've seen barbers who can cut, I mean, they can cut like no other. But because their customer service is not up to par, they can't keep clients. And I've seen some guys give you a nice, nice cut, nice clean cut, but their customer service is up to par and they stay busy. So please make sure that you master customer service no matter what business you're in. Another principle is you want to make sure that your business solves some type of problem. You want to make sure that you solve some type of problem. Whenever you're able to problem solve, that equals dollars. I don't care what industry you're in. If you're able to solve problems, you will make money. Another principle is you want to make sure you build a good team. What I've learned is I can't do everything, and I'm not gifted to do everything. I have certain things that God has gifted me with. I have certain things that I do well, but I also understand that I'm limited. And so I have to build a team that's going to help support me in areas where I'm limited. And just being transparent with you guys, I suck with administration. I do not do well at all. I'm a great teacher, great barber, but administration, I had to build a team that was going to take care of administration and keep the school in compliance. So make sure that you build a team that's going to help you move forward. The fourth thing is always remain a student. Always remain a student. And I think Attorney Free, spoke to it earlier, but like trends change, laws change, rules change, everything changes. So you want to remain a student so that you always remain relevant. So please make sure that you always remain a student. And the last thing is master customer service. Master customer service. Master customer service. People should feel like they got an amazing experience doing business with you. So master customer service. I thank you all for your time. If you have any questions, the floor is now open for any questions.
Let's plug it real quick. Where is Prestige Barber College? Where is Prestige Barbershop? Because I left that part out. You're not only the owner of the Barber College, you actually own the barbershop as well. So let's go on and plug them so people will know where the best barber is. Now, I always mess with Gene about this because I can. So I'm going to tell him, Gene used to be my barber. And he had to take a leave of absence for a little while. And he put me on to another barber. And he messed up my haircut for prom. Ben remembers this. I'm still mad at Gene, so I ain't been back since. But no, go ahead and plug college.
And we know how seriously you take your
prayer.
Listen, his little 2-3 waves, boy. He got 2-3 waves, and he make a fuss about it, man. But
he worked hard for him. Because he used to come out looking like Nino Brown some days just to get those 3 waves together.
Hey, but look,
that joker said, I'm going for Ocean. Right?
I wasn't mad about the waves. I was mad because he's right. I only had about 2-3 waves, but I was mad about that headline. It was real perpendicular when my man finished with it. I'm still mad at Gene. Gene never touched it. I'm mad at him. This 20 years later, I'm still upset about the haircut. But no, go ahead. Go ahead and plug. Where's your shop? Where's the school so people will know where they can go, how they can get funding for it, and a few other things.
Our barber school is 2006 Phillips Avenue. Our website is prestigebarbercollege.org. We man, like I said, we've been there for a minute. We've been doing our thing. We work with everybody. We do not offer financial aid at the moment, but we do have a scholarship fund that we raise money for, and we try to help as many people as we can. Then we have Gents by Prestige, which is where I actually cut hair and service my clients. And then I have another shop, which is Urban Renaissance by Prestige, which is on 802 Merritt Drive. Gents by Prestige is at 4000 D, Spring Garden Street. So right now, that's what we're doing.
Let me just say one thing before we let you go, and I appreciate that was some powerful stuff. You saw me. If y'all looked at the camera, I was trying to rush to jot down my notes. I like customer service, man.
Yeah.
That point was amazing. Like, you can have all the ability, all the talent, but if you can't relate to people and communicate, going back, it's all for naught. You will still have difficulty. But Brother Gene, I can't let you go before you point out a couple of the social movements that you work with, just to let everybody know how you're involved with the community. He touched on the coaching. I've seen him working with them young folks, but he does a little bit more. Just touch on that real briefly, some of the things you've done, and if there are other things you have going socially, because we want to connect and be able to support you, brother. I see you, Brad, say, yo, let's get this. But it's time. We got to move on it. But just hit on that real quick before you go.
Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. So the thing about barbering, it allowed me a platform to that eventually propelled me into becoming an activist. And one thing I realized is that we all have struggle, but we all don't have voice for whatever reason. Some people have charisma, so of course they're going to be, they're going to get the attention. Some people, have knowledge and understanding and a great analysis of things, so they get attention. But there's some people that's, that just do not have a voice, do not have an understanding of why they are where they are. And so I've had the opportunity to be a voice and speak on behalf and fight for our community. So forever and a day, I've worked with youth. I have also recently, and I say recently, like in the last 5 years, have really taken on the challenge of addressing violence in our area. I feel like I know it has increased, but I feel like we're not addressing it in a productive way. We have to address structural racism, then we have to offer opportunity, and we have to teach conflict resolution. We have to teach social and emotional development, and we have to make sure that there's opportunities for our youth. So I have been working concerning that. I have been interrupting, mediating, and doing all kind of things to keep things from being worse than what it already is. We're also starting an organization or a program called Establishing Safe Cultures. Hopefully we'll roll that out in January. That's what we're shooting for. But I just cannot continue to allow Greensboro and really just the surrounding areas to progressively get more and more violent without trying to address it at its roots. So that's what I'm
Amen. And just reach out to me, brother, whatever you need. All you gotta do is just say, hey, we need this, and we'll see what we can do. If it's help, I'm back in the school system as well, so working with young folks, all who come from especially the Northeast area. I know a lot of your work has been done with the Northeast community as well. So just let me know, brother. Just let me know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But we appreciate you. Keep doing what you do. We follow. We keep up with you. and we here for you. We in better positions to help now. We're ready. So just use us as you can, man.
Yes, sir. Definitely,
Appreciate
man.
you.
I appreciate y'all.
Love you, Gene, man. Appreciate you, man.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Man, that's powerful stuff, y'all. So we're gonna
Great
take a
job.
little lunch break. I heard from Brother Sean. He had some conflicting things. He's out of town, so we thought we were gonna be able to get gifted with some verses, some lyrics, some poetry, but he had a conflict. He's out of town this morning. The dates got a little conflicted. So we're gonna kind of take a little lunch break so everybody can stretch and do their thing. We'll pop back on 12:45. Please, nobody go off and don't stay, because we got a powerful panel coming to do something different. And on top of just what they're saying, we're exposing our leaders to these different formats, man. You know, public speaking, panels, these events, because eventually we want them running these things and doing these things and impacting their community. So we do this to expose all that. So I appreciate all our speakers, Brother Jake Crane, Ken Free Jr., Brother Gene Blackman. We appreciate all you do. Y'all have a blessed day. We're gonna start off for lunch. Brother McKee, Brother D, y'all got any last things before we take a little pause for lunch?
This has been powerful to this point. I just want to double back on what Gene talked about, and Ken stepped in on it a little bit too, which was about building a team, Ken talked about it, about getting people that know what you don't know. And that's important. And for any of mine that are attending, this is something that I talk about religiously for that reason, because you have to have, it's very important to understand what your limits are, so you can build the strengths of others. And I know that's something that we talked about very plainly and openly at our last nationals tournament, but that was one of the more powerful pieces to it. Customer service piece, super, super powerful. And I can tell everybody, as a marketing consultant of 11 years, one thing I would do is I would walk into businesses of all types. And Kenny's right, 73% of the world's attorneys are in the US, and 60% of them the majority of my clients were attorneys. So he's definitely right about that. But one thing that he did, that Gene talked about, Ken talked about, both, was mastering the customer service piece. Because I've had clients that would go in and tell you that their advertising wasn't working, the plan and program that we put in place wasn't working, and then I would watch them pick up the phone and curse out their customers. So which one actually is it? Is it the customer service piece, or is it really the advertising? You're not advertising that you're gonna curse them out when we come in here. That's not a part of the discovery. So that's we don't find that out in discovery. So, but those two pieces are very powerful, and I thank Gene and Ken and Jacob for coming on, sharing their wisdom this morning, man. It's absolutely powerful.
Brother McKee, anything before we sign off for lunch?
Thank you, Gene. Very important presentation. Very real, very in our face. And the fact that you are not just doing this for you, but you're doing it for the community and underserved population. Salute, brother, and God bless you, Godspeed, and I look forward to working with you.
All right, with that, we're gonna shut it down, and we'll be back on about 12:45 to kind of get things back going and intro our panel. So all of y'all on Facebook, YouTube that's watching the IAD basketball, Facebook, go ahead, get a quick break, but we're gonna be back with some more powerful stuff at 12:45 so we can get the ball back going, introduce the panel, and then at 1 o'clock, we'll take off with our panel members. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 12:45.
Mhm. 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 Oh, yeah, I like that 10. Mhm. 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 Mhm.
Hey, Dr. Hunter, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. We gonna go. Welcome to the panel. We're gonna go on and being the two co-hosts will join us at about 12:50.
That sounds perfect. Looking
All
forward
right.
to being a part of the panel.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
Who's that? I won. Let me see how much damage I did.
Alright, just pause it until wait till he comes on and you understand, and then I'll let you know.
Okay.
This first quarter did not seem like the stage was too big for the young quarterback. That's why the Super Bowl against the Baltimore Ravens and the Raiders for Tony Siragusa, rest in peace, landed on this game. He's just trying to get himself into a place where he can look away and that's the hand. Turner didn't do that maliciously. He's trying to get in there and get the hit. It's a big hit, and yes, he's going in the ground, but he was in the air. Nothing that Turner could do except hit him and drive him. Certainly not malicious from the 10 pit. Inside step. Watch as he tries to come with his left foot. Loses his footing. He's trying to extend from the goal line. That elbow goes down. Great call by the official is on top of it. Just short of the line. Second down for Texas. Take us to the end of the first quarter. The score is 10-3. Texas not alone.
All right, all right. We are back. A few minutes behind. We're supposed to come back at 12:45. My apologies. You see, I got to feed the youngins, but I want to welcome. I see our panelists are on. We're going to get started up in a few minutes. Welcome back to everybody. I see Brother Stephen Anyabarichi, who is my co-pilot with the King Free Leadership Academy. Coach Jamal Farrell, what's up? We see you. Who's with I Am Dope Basketball. I see our panelists are on, and we'll introduce them in a second. Some of my young leaders, Damien, welcome back. Coach D, welcome back. Will McKee, welcome back. You see Attorney Free and one of my other leaders, AD, they getting their grub on without me. Cam, one of my young leaders, welcome back. And we're gonna get it back flowing in a second, but while we're preparing, and I'm gonna bring Brother McKee on in a second to introduce our panel, but wanted to share something. We were trying to share it a little earlier as Brother McKee went in on sort of the inspiration behind putting this together, or this brainchild that he entrusted with bringing myself and Dee along with. So I wanted to share that to kind of bring us back into this space we're in, and that is coming from the North Carolina High School Athletic Association Hall of Fame inductee ceremony, where his father, Jonathan McKee, was honored. So if y'all will, want to take a moment to share this, and then we'll come back with Brother McKee to, oh, Brother McKee's got it up. All right. So we'll take a second to listen to that, and then we'll have our introductions. All right, still no volume. Hold on, brother. There's the volume. I can share it, Brother McKee, if you want. Let me see. Let me make sure. Give us one second.
Appreciate it, Ben. Thank you. I forgot that fast. Wow, I would call him a pedagogical athletic evangelist. And as I stated earlier, his vocation was a calling to pour into the lives of young people, young men and young women, for the greater good of society. And of course, locally for his dear Dudley High for the majority of that time. But he was a man that studied Voltaire, Howard Thurman. He was a Renaissance man with a whistle.
What makes Mr. McKee a Hall of Famer in my eyes is that he has coached so many great athletes and young men that not only have excelled in sports, that have excelled in life as men. He not only coached me through my high school career, he also coached my dad. And he was very influential in my life. He was a role model. I was not only I had a great household too, but I considered Mr. McKee a father figure to me. Even though he had 3 sons, I considered myself one of the 4th sons.
Well, he was such a great leader, and not only a coach leader, but a spiritual leader. He was always just having things in place and structured home. He was well organized, and he just listening to his conversations made you feel so welcome and just a part of the household. Everything, when they knew we were coming, everything was laid out. When they didn't know we were coming, everything was still laid out. It was just such a thriving spiritual home when we went all the time. And so it was just a loving community.
He was the right person for that time, as you aptly described it. His career straddled, as you said, segregation, and he had a plethora of stories about taking trips down to Eastern North Carolina when the high school athletics was segregated, and just simple concerns of travel and where they were going to stop to eat and be allowed to, where they would gas up. All of that in the midst of this fierce athletic battle that is pending with a top-notch opponent. And so he had to juggle all of that. His being in touch with the times, his being a political scientist, a theologian as well of sorts, his background in education at Dudley High School, at Virginia State University, which those places prided themselves at making their graduates and alumni very attuned to what was going on.
I would say that the thing that he would be most proud of about his career is that he stayed true. That he stayed true to his values, no matter how hard it got or became, or no matter the victories or defeats or the challenges. You know, he stayed true to his values, and his values were God first, and that was the root for his love for mankind. And your love for mankind it's a verb. Love is a verb, man.
To be recognized by the state's official auspice, he would be so grateful. And more than anything, the look on the faces of his players and of the students that he taught. And for them to see him here and to know that it's possible for them in the walk of life that they've been called to do, that they can be Hall of Famers as well. Even if it's not the plaque, the ring, and the official recognition, you can be a Hall of Famer in the sense of a man he quoted so many times, which was Dr. Martin Luther King, who said, my dad would say, everybody can be great because everybody can serve. And he served, and he's been recognized for it.
It's to you, Brother McKee. Go ahead and introduce our esteemed panel.
Okay, Ben. Good afternoon again, everybody. And I'd like to start by thanking you, Ben, for the great job you're doing today, and thanking the panelists for taking time out of your busy schedule to be a part of this. Just a real brief statement on the mission and the purpose of this day. Ben Free, as many of you know, in the Greensboro area, has been working with youth, primarily that have been, for example, in school suspension and may have had some obstacles and some struggles in their lives. And he's been getting them together over the past couple of years and sowing into their lives in the areas of education, entrepreneurship, and the like. And Delficio McDonald as well, who's a co-convener of this, has been sponsoring a AAU travel team that has crisscrossed the state, playing a great brand of basketball, but also he's coupled this effort with a character education model and an educational co-curricular piece that is gotten the attention of the likes of one Hall of Famer, Grant Hill, that played for Duke and the Atlanta Hawks, I believe. So that was the inspiration for this. Without further ado, let me introduce everybody to our panel today and turn it over to them so you can hear from them and not from me. Our first panelist I introduced today is Dr. Sharon Hunter, who is a professor at North Carolina A&T State University. She's an Aggie in the School of Education there. She's a noted grant writer and lecturer. Sharon has positioned herself and been recognized as a national thought leader and an award-winning grant writer. One of her noted publications that received acclaim was written in the North Carolina Middle School Association Journal. And that article was titled, Preparing Pre-Service Teachers with Effective Classroom Language Skills, subtitle, Examining the Utility of Code Switching for Enhancing Lesson Delivery. That's Dr. Sharon Hunter, and welcome to the panel. So glad you're here. Our next panelist is Dr. Will Boone. Dr. Boone is a English professor and African American Studies professor at Winston-Salem State University, who has taught alongside the likes of Dr. Cornel West, just to name one and just to name a few. He is the chair also of the Simon Green Atkins Scholar Society presently, and he was the former chair, I'll say, of the English department there at WSSU. And his classes are, I'll just throw this in, are hugely popular. He's also known as a hip hop professor because he teaches on the social and historical impact of hip hop on American culture. Dr. Boone is also a author as well. He's also an artist, a noted bass player. Yes, noted Dr. Boone. And he's also a short filmmaker as well. And just an all-around great person. Give it up for Dr. Will Boone. And lastly, but not least, we have Mr. Malcolm Teasdale. Malcolm is an acclaimed educator and has served in the role of pedagogical administrator for many years as assistant principal for over a decade. He was recognized by Nike brand as a distinguished educator, originally from the Bronx, New York. Malcolm, not to mention his educational exploits, Malcolm is also an entrepreneur, and he, among other things, manages Technician the DJ, whose performance at the Versus battle between the Lox and the Dipset, for my hip hop heads, went viral or globally viral. Malcolm also manages the legendary Geechee Sway of the legendary hip hop duo Camp Lo, just to name a few. And I'll end this introduction by saying the significance of my hat. I don't usually wear a hat with suits, but we're promoting also African-American entrepreneurs, of which the hat is the Scratchy brand, which is a music app that is up and coming in the area of music delivery in the distance fashion. So at this point, I'm going to turn the program over to Ben and Del Fischio for the panel. Thank you so much.
Awesome, appreciate that. Once again, welcome to our panel, and we truly appreciate you joining us today. Some powerful educators on here. So with that, I just want to open up and let's start with the lady of the house, Dr. Sharon Hunter. If you just want to open up, if there's something you want to introduce or anything as we prepare to get started, go ahead and share. Oh, you're still muted, Doc.
Okay, so sorry for that. I think those are the famous words, you're on mute. But thank you so very much for allowing me to continue to participate with the Ken Free Leadership Academy. I know the great work that you have done in the past, and I certainly look forward to all the good work that you will impact on these young leaders in the near future. But I am grateful because I see such goodness in what these young kids are doing today. Believe it or not, we are producing so many leaders, even with the learning loss in school. These kids are doing remarkable things, being at home, using computers, and sometimes being alone at home using those computers. I am grateful to know that there is a learning loss gap. However, everybody's in the same boat. I want these young kids to really understand that while in high school, that is the time that you really have to increase your GPA, your grade, and make sure that you're doing the right thing so that you'll be able to be offered grant money and scholarships. There's a new thing our current president has now is to dissolve Pell Grant. That Pell Grant is so important and critical to your college years. So when you get that Pell Grant, make sure you're using that Pell Grant for what is the purpose for, and that is to continue your education. Education is so valuable and so important. And if I was younger now, I think one of the fields that I would be most interested in, and that would be that information technology or something in the STEM area. Please think about those particular disciplines. They are not only rewarding, but they're a lot of fun. When you see robots walking around in the street or something zooming over your home, maybe you want to get a roof on your house and you'll have a robot, something flying over your house, examining that, and somebody does not even have to come out. So there's so many careers that you can embark on, but one of the things you need to do is consider getting a mentor already. Whatever age you are, ask somebody to help you learn the language in those particular disciplines and be the best you can. I want you to think of that term GOAT being not only in sports, but also in education endeavors. One of my favorite shows that I listen to all the time now for you young men in particular is The Pivot or I Am Athlete. You can learn so much from listening to those ex-pro players or those current players right now. You can learn the language or you can learn from the coaches. Mike Tomlin always talks about how important it is to find someone to help you learn the game and to be the best person you can. And your character is so important. He talks about that character and learning people where they are. And one of my favorite sayings that he always says is, I treat everybody fair, but I don't always treat everybody the same, because we are all individuals and we all have different needs and learning capacities. But I want you to think in terms of, when you go to college, be the best college student that you possibly can be. Learn the academics when you go to college. Know that you already have a major in mind, because that adds a 5th year to your college career if you go to college without having a major. So start while in high school thinking about what it is I like to do, what it is I do best, and listen to what people tell you about yourself. You're good at such and such. Listen to that and hone that skill. Find a mentor, get that scholarship money. Fraternities have scholarship money. Your parents' employment has scholarship money. Chick-fil-A, Target, pretty much any business entity in the whole wide entire world has some type of scholarship to afford you the opportunity to successfully matriculate from high school to the university life successfully. And you won't have to worry about how you are able to pay those bills from year to year. But thank you so much. And I do appreciate all these men. What I call them now is a mom, and that is, they are such motivators of men. They are not just they are great men, but they're also moms, and that is a motivator of men. And I want you to ask these men for support and help, and always know you're not alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hunter. And that is so true about that major. That's why it took me 7, actually. I added a couple more years. All right, Dr. Will Boone, if you can just share out before we get going with some questions. It's on you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Free. First, I just want to thank you and thank Brother McKee for this opportunity. You know, I think we need to have more conversations like this across generation, across different sectors of society. And I want to start by saying I think Will McKee is definitely carrying on his father's legacy with this type of work. It's much needed. You know, he's looking down and he's very proud. I guess I'll start by just saying, I'll be brief and I'll cover some of this in my questions and answer. Young people, you are the future, you know, and so I just wanted to share a quote from Dr. Frantz Fanon, The Wretch of the Earth. It says, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. So, you know, I'm an old head now. You know, I had a mission. I had things that I had to sort of focus on in my generation, my parents, my grandparents. So your generation is uniquely positioned to do something. So that becomes very, very important when we're talking about education. I don't really believe in assembly line education, one size fits all. Everybody's journey is different. It took you 7 years, took me 5 years, took my other homie 7 years. But I think the important thing is to try to find clarity on your path. What do your skills lie? What do you enjoy? Because if you're doing something you enjoy, you'll never work a day of your life. You know, your work is your play. And then the last thing I'll say is many of our communities are experiencing unprecedented levels of violence, gun violence, Philadelphia, Greensboro, Winston. I believe that relevant education is one of the primary tools to combat some of this violence. You know, a lot of these young people are experiencing discontent, frustration, unemployment, lack of funds, lack of social mobility. So I think education, historically, it has been one of the great levers of social mobility. And it doesn't always have to be formal, but education, whether it's apprenticeship, whether, you know, you want to be an electrician, education is crucial to progress for people of color. It's always been like that.
Thank you, Doc. And lastly, but not least, Brother Malcolm Teasdale, thank you for joining. Anything you want to share before we get going? The floor is yours, my brother.
Thank you. And I hope everyone can hear me. I'm just so glad to be here. Is that audio issue?
You may have to turn your volume down on your playback on your device.
Is that better?
A little better. Go. Yeah, that's
better. Okay, I'm sorry.
A little bit. There's still a little echo.
I don't know what that is.
I think maybe Dr. Hunter may want to mute, or somebody else may want to mute. It may be feedback.
Okay. Yeah.
How about now?
Still there.
Malcolm, do you have
volume
you have
up on
two
your
items
computer?
open?
Say again.
Is your
Do
volume
you
up
have
on
two
your
items
computer?
open?
Give me a second. Because there's two Malcolm Teasdales in this meeting.
Oh,
I was
Yeah,
logged
close
on.
one of them.
Someone,
That'll fix it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Hey, Malcolm, I know you're twice the guy and all that, but
All right.
come
Let's
on.
see.
because I'm seeing two of me.
There,
Yeah,
that's
you
better.
good now.
Now we're good.
Only
Go ahead.
one.
Okay, I'm sorry, all.
Hold on, Ben. You know the Bronx has to come in with a bang. I'm quiet after that. I'm quiet.
He has special sound effects.
Right, exactly.
But
If y'all don't-
you're
if
good
y'all
now.
don't cut
You're
it
good
out.
now, Brother Malcolm.
I appreciate you and thanks for having me. I'm just so blessed to be here with this distinguished panel. And I only have one point to young people, and I say it all the time to everyone when I speak to young people: you can do anything you want to do when you put your mind to it. If you do the preparation, you write down your goals. There's nothing you cannot do, and never let anyone tell you what you can't do. Whereas my mother grew up where someone told her, just be a secretary. And my mother didn't want to do that. She wanted to be a nurse, and she went and did that. So that's what I grew up knowing from both my parents, that there's no limitation on anything you want to do, because if you can lay down at night and dream about it, you can do it. So the biggest thing with me has always been get your mentor, as the good doctor said, find your mentor, stick with them. You don't have to call them that. They don't even have to know that they are a mentor to you. Sit back and listen, ask questions, because there's no stupid, silly, dumb question if you don't know the answer. Ask everything you need to ask. Put people, your teachers, your doctor, when you go see a doctor, put everybody under pressure to answer your questions. You ask, you advocate for yourself, you hold people accountable in your life. You must do that and be ready to be held accountable. There's nothing you can't do. I'm from a place where we spoke, whether you liked it or not, we said what we have to say and be done. But stand up, be proud who you are. There's nothing bad that can happen. Just form your questions, educate yourself, read and observe the world, because it's moving fast and forward. But there's nothing you cannot do. Set your goals and write them down and post them everywhere you can and keep it going. If your goals change, that's fine. Change with them. And if you have a change of mind or heart, and always revert to your parents when you have to, and make them part of your life and speaking to them, and make sure you have people around you that care about you and that love you. But there's nothing you cannot do. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all for sharing that. So I'm gonna get it started, and Malcolm, we'll just stay right here because you mentioned writing goals down. And I was fortunate enough to get several copies of a book by Mr. Howard White that I've been sharing with some of my leaders. And it happens to be a book that you co-authored.
Yes.
So just kind of talk about how, writing the curriculum for that book, Believe to Achieve, the book itself, and just having that mentor. I know Dr. Hunter mentioned that too. How has that guided you on your journey in life and professionally?
That's a good question. I'm gonna keep it short too, because I'm a sports guy. So I always knew about sports and read up on everything from Sports Illustrated to the New York Daily News and the New York Post, and would get in trouble in school because I was reading newspapers instead of English books. So I was always into what was going on in sports. So I started to look for people that were big in sports, and Howard White was someone that came across in an article I read, and I knew he was the person that signed the great Michael Jordan to Nike. So I started to figure out how could I get in touch with Howard White. I looked for him for 10 years. I did it the old school way, sending emails and letters back then. I didn't have all that. I looked until I found him. And I read his book and I introduced myself to him and we became really close. And I said, I think it's a curriculum that you should have with this book. And he challenged me to go ahead and write a curriculum, me being a teacher all my life and an educator. So that's the only thing I've ever been good at, only thing I've ever done. So I went ahead and wrote a curriculum and he accepted it, loved it. And we've been doing that ever since 2010 together. And that's just how the writing process with me was. If I wasn't a writer or a good student, I don't even know if he would have really let me do that, but I had to prove it through my education, how I spoke with him and how I introduced myself, how I carried myself. And I always tell young people all the time, you can be the smartest person in the world, but make sure you have that high social EQ that can go along where you can meet people, because IQ is cool, but that EQ is huge. So socially, you have to be able to move in a room. You have to be able to ask questions and humble yourself, open doors, say hello, be polite, be respectful all the time. You never know where that would lead you. So that's how I really was able, I hope I'm answering the question, how I was able to get going with that process with Howard H. White. And to this day, he's my mentor. I don't call him that. He doesn't like that term. He has been that for me. So, I don't say that to him when we talk. We just talk almost every day. And it's been my contribution to his legacy. So I've been able to be a part of that. And from that led to everything else I've been able to do. So I'm very blessed and just always glad to be around and glad to listen.
Thank you, Malcolm. So this is a question I have for Dr. Hunter, because you spoke first, and I wanted to ask, considering that you've written a few grants successfully and taught at A&T, for the young folks out there, what are some of the keys to being successful in college? And is college the only form of higher education that they should be seeking?
I'm glad you asked that, and I'm going to answer the latter first. Of course, I promote college highly, but there are other pathways to getting a great skill option that will provide the satisfaction for you and your family for a life as well. But, I promote community colleges. And I think one of the most notable things that a young adult can do today is to matriculate from high school and go to a community college for 2 years, get that skill set that they need. And then if it's not in the science area or the IT area that doesn't require you to continue education, then I say move forward until that 4-year university and get that final 2 years of education. But there are so many fields out here now that you don't even have to have a 4-year degree. However, and I will tell you how I have evolved with education, and that is, I remember many moons ago, I would always say a kid does not need to leave high school to go to the pros, but that's your prime time. And if you can go in and make the money that you need healthy and go on to the pros, college will always be there. College is there for all ages. You don't necessarily have to go that pathway, but unless you have a gift or a skill that promotes other avenues to support your lifestyle, then it may not be for you. But a learned person still needs to have at least that community college 2-year requirement, because it's needed to be able to run your business, to satisfy other types of options that you choose to have. And that first part about the grants, I will tell you, I write grants, I guess, about 3 or 4 a month. And I always write myself in, and I have become the parent doctor. I've never had a child, but I train people to become better parents at this point as well. And so in doing so, you learn about the traumas that they've had, the help that they need to really become whole people. And that wholeness comes from trusting who you are and taking care of yourself first before you can take care of that child. But writing grants is something that I chose to do for over 20, 25 years. That's always been something that I engaged myself in as a part-time career as a college professor. we always have a sidekick, a business. And the same thing, our craft allows us the opportunity and the time to be able to write. And as a writer, it became fairly easy to me. And I've taken over maybe 26 hours. If they had a master's in grant writing, I probably would have had another master's as grant writing, because I've taken all the courses required to just continue that success in writing those grants. And it's a great avenue to help nonprofits and to be a part of those nonprofits and to see them grow and to become successful.
Awesome, thank you. And,
Thank you.
And I'm gonna go to Dr. Boone next, but let me just throw one thing out. And we have questions, but if you want to build on something that was asked to someone else, please jump in on that as we offer up questions. So I'm glad you took it to writing grants and those type of questions, because Dr. Boone, you're the chair of the English department, and we know literacy is a big thing and everything. And we know you have to do a lot of writing to get to that level of a doctorate or master's degrees, what have you, as people aspire to grow in education. So we know you've been the chair of the English department at Winston-Salem State, and you've taught with the likes of Dr. Cornel West. And what are the keys to reaching those type of heights in education and doctoral studies?
Yes, thank you for that question. Just one quick correction. I'm the former chair of English. I'm the current chair of the Department of Liberal Studies. So I just want to give us the same shameless plug. But that's a very, very good question. I'll start with a sort of biographical explanation. I was not always a good student. I was an athlete in high school. I played football, basketball, ran indoor track in Orange, New Jersey. So my focus was athletics, like a lot of students of color. My first semester of college, I had a 1.65. So I was not a strong student. But what really was a turning point for me is I lost my grandfather my freshman year, who I was very dear to, and then I lost my grandmother my sophomore year. And unfortunately, a lot of, particularly men of color, there needs to be some type of earth-shattering experience to make a shift. For some of us, unfortunately, it's jail. I'm going to be quite honest with you. We go in one way, we start to get into spirituality and our education in jail, but it doesn't have to be. For me, it was the loss of my grandmother. At that point, I really started to ask myself different questions about life and my existence. And for me, it was just a question of, how can I repay the debt to my ancestors and my elders? Because I know my grandmother, she essentially died working. And for me, that carried me all the way through. It got me focused, and it got me all the way through my PhD program, in that whenever I felt like I was off track, whenever I felt a lack of motivation, I always tapped into my ancestors and my elders, even to this day. Because if we think about who we owe and the debt is owed, and we start to tap into our ancestors, we realize that some of their struggles, if not all of their struggles, were way more burdensome than what we're experiencing. My grandfather had way more to deal with institutionally than I did. So it actually, they say, our problems don't get smaller, we get bigger. So at that point, I can now have a different perspective about my experiences, no matter how traumatic they may be in my little worldview. So tapping into those ancestors, tapping into those elders, and then tapping into that then leads us to purpose, which Dr. Hunter mentioned with Brother McKee, the spiritual leadership part. I think this is really, really important when we talk about students of color. The intellect is very good, it's necessary. The physical is necessary, but the spiritual is what undergirds that. And so for me, once I started to develop the sort of spiritual inclinations, I was able to then tap into intuition. In other words, I could now vet those individuals who I should be dealing with on a social level, but then also in terms of mentors. Many of my mentors came to me not from some script or some premeditated. It was being at the right place in the right time, and then having the wisdom, even at a young age, to say, something about this person. My whole life has just been a series of those situations where I'm at the right place in the right time. And most importantly, I was ready to take advantage of opportunities when they came. We never know when opportunities come, but it's just like sports. When your name is called, you're on the bench, be ready. You know what I mean? You can't get warmed up. The game is going on. So I was always ready. Another piece is observation. Dr. Teasdale mentioned this. So this thing about questions, you know, and we could take this on a philosophical, spiritual level. I think the first question is, who am I? What do I want? Who do I want to become? These are the most important questions. I think everything else flows from that. If you don't know who you are, if you don't know what you want to become as a human being, everything else to me is in disarray. Sometimes people go through a lifetime doing things that really don't matter to them. They wake up at 50, 60, and say, dang, what was I doing? I was doing this for my parents. I was doing this for society's sake. So that's important. It's observation, it's mentoring. One last piece is honest self-assessment. I think honesty and critical analysis is important. In other words, sometimes our best isn't good enough. So I have students who come to me sometimes, they say, hey, this is my best work. And then I say, well, it still didn't reach the bar that we wanted. The same thing with sports. You could have left it all on the floor and you still might not get a scholarship. So it's really important to really be able to assess when you're acting or performing at the highest level. Because if you're not, you need to figure out how to kick that in. Because sometimes people think they're operating at a high level, but they're really not. They're at 70%, 60%. You actually can ramp this up 20 or 30%. So I use that now when I'm trying to navigate, trying to execute. I always have to ask myself, am I leaving it all on the floor in a sports sense? If I'm not, then I have to go back to the drawing board. And then the last thing is commitment. Commitment and desire are not the same. Students desire, A's. Most human beings desire a lot of money. But then the question becomes, are you committed? And once you get into the commitment part, things get fuzzy, and things that we're committed to, parents are committed to feeding their children. You know what I'm saying? There's no flim flam in your child eats every day. So when we're committed to something, there's very little room for error. A parent can't say, hey, Monday and Thursday, I did, So this commitment piece becomes very important, which is connected to that self-assessment.
Thank you, Dr. Boone. Appreciate that. I've got a question for Malcolm. Just considering that, you're an acclaimed educator at the Christ the King Catholic School out in Chicago. Just kind of doubling back on some of what Dr. Boone was saying, some of what Dr. Hunter was saying. For the young folk out, what are some of the keys to academic success that you would suggest?
That's another great question. I think, I've been telling students this for 25 years, get to know who's educating you, get to know who they are, and show up, right? So when I say show up, be there to ask those questions, be there to want to know more, hound them to want to know more. I think that's so key to academic success. And it's not going to be in a letter grade. Sometimes it may show like that, but sometimes if you can walk away saying, like Dr. Boone said, if I left it all right there, I did everything I had to do. I may have gotten a C, but I learned so much. I think sometimes you have to walk away saying, that's what I learned, and I'm ready to commit, and I'm ready to apply that to my next chapter, my next class, because it all connects, right? So I always tell my students, if your grades are messed up, most times your behavior is going to be messed up because you're not finding success. It's all a correlation. Discipline normally correlates with academic success most times. If I'm having an issue with students, it's because a lot of times their grades are not great, their discipline is not good, they're having issues at home. It all runs together, right? So that's what I would always equate everything to, is you got to find that balance with the academic piece, and you have to want to go ahead and do it and make it work. And don't compare yourself to anyone else. You're who you are. So don't get into who's getting A's, who failed, who got a C, who's getting by, who's got what. Get into yourself and know, I did everything I could do. I did. If you can walk away saying that, it's all good. You keep going. You have to move forward knowing that inside. But that's a lot of reflection in who you are. That's a whole lot of taking inventory of who I am as a person. And it's not going to happen overnight. It really is not going to happen like that. You got to know who you are when you go in, and you got to know I'm going to have some struggles, and I got to know I got to get some help and some support. I got to figure this out rather quickly. And that's where it comes from in everything you do. You got to know who's your partner, who's your sidekick, you know, that you got to know all of that. And you got to figure it out quickly. It's crazy, sometimes sad that we have to work that fast in our brain, but that's just what goes on with education. We have to be moving rather quickly. So academic success is based on doing your very best to figure out what you're learning and know who's educating you. Because we all know on this panel, young people could see right through us. If we care, they know it. If we don't, they know it. They can see right through us. So know who's educating you. And I'll always say that. And just sometimes you just got to get past someone who may not be the best for you, but you have to get the grade, complete the course. Don't go back, all of that back and forth stuff. They controlling some things. You got to know, you got to strategize and know when to hold and fold. So do what you need to do to move on, because there'll be way more out there that you can relate to that you can't relate to. I'm living proof of that.
Brother McKee, you want?
Yeah. So
ask?
Malcolm talked about Malcolm, you talked about the ability of young people to notice authenticity. I'll say they can see through it. They don't know that they don't care what you know till they know that you care, type of thing. So let me ask you guys about how they pick up academically. So according to the Department of Education, white students are about 2.5 times more likely to graduate than African-American students, and about 60% more likely to graduate than Latinx students. And that's been going on for a long time. Why is that? I know there are people in social media land saying, oh, that's great, but why are we still lagging behind in these educational indicators? Anybody?
I think I'll say this, Will. Will, you know me for a while now. I think a lot of times those numbers can be skewed. I'm not even gonna get involved in that. Those numbers can be, they can be moved around as they need to be moved around. We deal with a lot more than anyone's gonna deal with, right? So the numbers, I get the numbers. I'm not a big numbers guy with that. I know it's reality, because that's what it is. It's facts. That's the fact. I do believe that there are different obstacles. It's a different playing ground. Always will be. It's not going anywhere. So I'm one of the people who say, let's just get right down to it, right? This ain't gonna change. I think if we worry about what we need to do and help educate each other and share and really pull each other along in the right areas, we'll be fine, right? So that's just where I come from, Will. That's a great question. That's a historical question too, and a future moving forward question, because that's tough to navigate, because I know the same things have been asked for decades and centuries. Playing ground was never fair. So I just would always like to say that the numbers are what they are, but we deal with different stuff. I'll leave it to the rest of the panel with that one.
I'd like to add to that, and that is one of the main reasons that I promote HBCUs.
Absolutely.
I will tell you, in my family, there was no choice or option to go to a PWI for undergraduate school at all, period. My parents both set us down and said, we have X amount of money. And we went to North Carolina A&T State University. You may not understand about legacy at this point in your life, but trust and believe 10 years down the line, you're going to thank us for introducing you to what legacy means and what long-term relationship means. And when you're talking about building those relationships, I think back on Jonathan McKee and my parents and Mrs. McKee. They were all family friends throughout life. Those were friends that were established through building those relationships through HBCUs and so many more people that I can name. But that is the relevance of going to a university that embraces you and makes you feel smart. I have had the opportunity of going to both universities, and I will tell you the sense of academia and the knowledge base is literally the same. As a matter of fact, I thought it was less than. And so that let me know that my parents actually truly knew what they were talking about. And especially in these times, I have certainly an awareness now. I know if I had a child, I would not send them to a PWI in these times, especially. It is not safe for our African-American children to be on these campuses now. The horror stories have become heightened. And so if you have an opportunity, but I know of cases where people live in different areas in the world where these are the closest universities to them. And of course, I want everybody to have that opportunity to get an education. So if you're in those situations, but if you have a choice, I say as an African-American child or a person of color, you need to choose somebody that embraces you and gives you that sense of belonging. So when you get out here on the real world, there's nothing that you miss. As a matter of fact, I find that the education is greater. And I also want to speak on the mentors. Just because somebody is an adult, we have to teach our young people discernment. How do you know what is a good mentor and what is a not good mentor? There are so many adults out here that are adults physically, but they may not be the best mentor for your child or you. So we have to, that's a learned behavior, just like study skills. But we have to include those soft skills in training our young people how to use discernment as far as picking and choosing who are the right people in my camp. What is it that I need to hone into to know that these people have my interests at heart and love and trust who I am and my skill set?
So real quick follow-up. So we got young people listening, of course. Two quick points, then a question to Dr. Boone, and I'm out the way. Ben's father was the commissioner of the MEAC. So a lot of the things that Coach Deion Sanders is saying down at Jackson State, the great things he's doing, his dad performed that, talked about things like that before. The officio on this panel has a theory that HBCUs, when enough athletes make those decisions, are gonna do something magnanimous and different. He could talk to you more about that. So my question to Dr. Boone is, you were at Princeton teaching with Dr. West and that Casuarina folks up there. You're now at Winston-Salem State. That's kind of an academic 5-star athlete type of scenario with academics. You don't have to, you could be anywhere. Talk about that choice for you to teach at a HBCU, and what would you say to these young people to go, in addition to what Dr. Hunter said about that choice and what it can mean to graduation and success? Go ahead.
Yes, great question. So I have to be honest. I mean, one of my philosopher friends says every solution has an inherent problem. Right. So there is no perfect institution. There are things that are going on at Alabama that are not going on at A&T and vice versa. So I'm at Winston-Salem State University because I'm committed to students of color, Black students, because I'm a byproduct of HBCU. So I believe in the work. Now, on the other side, this complex question around disparity. On one hand, there are some serious historical and institutional gaps between Black and white folk, right? For example, Harvard University was created in the 1600s. Most of the HBCUs don't emerge until post-slavery, except one. So when we talk about disparities, we have to somehow account for that head start, right? And then once we start talking about Black and white wealth gaps, there's even a different picture, right? So to Brother Teasdale's point and Brother McDonald's, that's the history. That's there. We get that. Now let's talk about Black folk, right? Malcolm X says we can't say we're equal to white people if we don't do what they're doing. So on that level, I think we have to be very accountable for our decisions. And here's where I'm going with this. What are we prioritizing in our communities? Are we prioritizing education? Not what we're talking about. Not what we're talking about. Is homecoming more popular than a guest lecture, or is a probate show more important than a barn party? So these are the real issues. You know, you are best at that what you do most. If we're more worried about Jeezys, if we're more worried about parties, if we're more worried about all these looking good and haircuts, I mean, that's what it is. At some point, and we're not there yet as Black folk in our community, prioritizing education. Somebody said we buy what we want and we beg for what we need. So I mean, though we have these historical and institutional realities, I think at some point we have to truly prioritize this academic piece. I love athletics, but I think we have to somehow figure out how we can create the mind as well as the body of our young Black people. Until we do that, a lot of this is just talk.
I like that you brought that up, because it brings me to a question, because in Ben McKee and myself, we have these conversations all the time. And I always say, when it comes to the education disparity, it's a very nuanced conversation. And with that nuance comes two things. And one, we had a panel discussion, well, not a panel discussion, we had a speaker earlier who talked about being an activist in the community. And one thing that we didn't discuss with him, because we ran out of time, was mental health and how that plays. But a trigger for mental health is poverty. And we have a tendency to lose that in the conversation. And when we look at the disparity that was brought up earlier by McKee, and he talked about the graduation rates in education, where people who actually have a struggle with education are those who are in poverty. And it affects Black and brown communities more because they have the higher poverty levels, with, according to the census, the last census doc that was done on poverty back in 2020, it's about 8% for whites, but about 19% for Black and 18% for brown or Hispanic people within the country. So just to open that conversation up to the nuance portion of it to the panel, how do we attack that so that we can attack the disparity that stands within education, so we can get more of our Black and brown people educated? Like, what are some of the things that we need to do from a mental health standpoint? Because the history is the history, but at this point now, we're at a point of mental health healing that has staggered over from generation to generation within our community. How do we attack that so that we can kind of clear as much space as we can for more of our Black and brown brothers and sisters to become educated?
Brother D, that's a great question. Am I allowed? Can I backtrack a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Because Doc says something that made a lot of sense about having to make those choices. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Boone. When you have to make a choice between partying or studying or going to an athletic event or a guest lecture or whatever, and our young people have to know you can do both. You can balance that. Like, I always wanted to be involved in sports. So the way I knew to do it was through education. So you have to figure out, okay, I want to wear the latest Jordans all day long. Great. Go find yourself someone who works for Jordan Brand, and then you can hook up with them, and then you can do both. And then you can merge your education with what they're doing. And then you can have the best of both worlds. Our young people need to know, don't get caught up in having to make a decision. There's a way you can probably try to do both. Education is the way to do both. Because everyone's looking for it right now, right? So when we do that, the thing about poverty, I believe poverty, and this is just my opinion, is a third world thing. I believe what goes on, because poverty is a disease, if you ask me, I just think in our country it's poor, right? So, there's poverty, obviously, but I just believe in our country, there's nothing we can't do. So I always say that there's nothing you can't do. So I don't want our young people to say, oh, because we just don't have it, I'm not going to do nothing, so I'm going to get out here and just do whatever it takes to get above. Nope. To your point, Brother D, no, there's a way you can do both. You can have fun and be educated. You can go have the best of everything and still be educated. You can go study and still have your car, your shoes, whatever the heck you're trying to do. I believe that you can do both. True believer in it, but it is not going to happen without that education. None of that happens without a job. None of it's going to happen without an honest way of living and way of working every day. There's no way. I love Dr. Boone's point. because we have to prioritize that. And when you're young at 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, you probably don't know. Those things, why do colleges place those things in our way? Why? We're there to learn, right? But you ain't gonna get people coming anywhere unless there's sports going on. That is such a huge, attractive point to go into college. Is they have the best parties, they have the best athletes, they have the best games, the best education. I think you can do both. I think our young people get caught up in, oh, I got to make a decision, I got to choose. No, you don't. I believe you can do both. But being poor is so different because there's different obstacles in the way of that. And our young people have to understand the way to break that is through education. That's how you do it. Only way to break it is going to be through that education, that earning power.
And I would dare to say that the tests are the same. Wherever you go to school, I used to always say, is it in English? If it's in English, then is that your first language? Then you can get it. And I know all majors don't have standardized tests, but in my field, we have standardized tests. It's a way to rule folks out. I know some of the best folks who've come through schools of education, and I'm in adult education, that have been remarkable in the field, but they cannot pass that praxis, that standardized testing. And it's all because of reading. And I will tell anybody, readers make leaders. And it's not necessarily the brick and mortar. It's what you get from these types of schools. It's what are you seeking? So are you seeking separation and isolation, or are you seeking inclusiveness and equity, and being a part of organizations that you can be the president of and learn things and branch out at a later time? So I think it's a decision. And I think it comes from our culture, what people think the ice is colder on the other side syndrome. It's a whole lot of factors that are involved in the choices that we make. And, I can remember being an undergrad, going to HBCU, and so many of my other friends went to predominantly white institutions, and they would always call you about homecoming and different things. Well, you made your selection. How about you sharing with me about your homecoming when I can come to yours? So it became a little, like, why are you using us for this? But, you don't think this is good enough for you to come. And then you think back on the environment. It is always based on your environment. I have seen tons of research that when people in your camp have been at different universities, they have a litmus test. They can tell you the nuts and bolts of both worlds, and you don't have to worry about and get caught up. And they're trying to save you from things that you don't necessarily have to be embarked on too early, but later in life. And so it's just by a choice. And, and I say to that, make the better decisions based on what you want to do in your life, because again, the standard is the standard and the test is the test. So if you're a good reader and a good writer, if you're in a curriculum that produces standardized testing, then you need to pass that test by reading your text and doing the right things and going to those study skill groups by design and finding the right people to help you become successful.
Real quickly, we got a hand raised. So I want to recognize Sister Stella McDonald. If you got a question to share, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to first say thank you for everyone who has contributed their, experiences and their expertise with the kids. This is wonderful, and I appreciate everyone who's taking part in this. But to my question earlier, Mr. Tisdale mentioned that the young people should get a mentor and stick with them. And then Dr. Hunter went into mention that it's important that young people find a good mentor and be able to recognize that. And my question is, I don't know if I have a question, but maybe I'm asking if you all could share some guidance, or if you have any ideas of criteria for how young people could recognize who people are in their lives that would be great candidates for mentors, and if they don't already have a relationship with this person, how to establish one.
I think I could do that. I could start that. Stella, and that's a great question. I think a mentor comes from, and a mentor, they may not even know they're your mentor. You can read a book by them, and they may be that for you. You can follow their podcast, and they may be a mentor to you because you're trying to do what they're doing and you're following their word. They give great advice. Those are the things I think that will work. I'm living proof of. Find them and reach out to them if you have a way of. Now there's definitely so many ways of doing that. And if they don't respond and don't get back to you via how you want to do that, they can still be that, because you can have a bunch of mentors. You can get advice from watching, reading, observing. As Dr. Boone said, the whole observation piece is huge. Not watching, which is different. Observing is a whole different ball game. But when you observe them and you see what they're doing, they can be a mentor to you, as opposed to, it may not be personal. You may not be to walk up to someone and say, be my mentor, or you're my mentor. Nope. You may have a different way of connecting with them. And you may get it from several areas to do that. I know that's hard nowadays to get someone to take the time with people. I know that's hard. Everyone has their own things going on, but it can be done, whether it's a teacher, professor, whatever you have going on, a parent, it could be a relative, a friend. It doesn't, in my opinion, just whatever it takes to get you feeling good about yourself, and you're able to look forward to something. I think that's mentoring right there. If you can look forward to doing something great, because greatness doesn't look like everything. So if you can see it, and that's what you're looking for in your life, I think that's perfect. It doesn't have to be someone that you're talking to every day. It can be, that'd be great. That it may not be.
And
I'd like some of your question.
I like to add to that. How do you find your mentor too? When you are involved in the community, you may put your child in the Boys and Girls Club, their church events, sister circles, there's BOTSO. There are all kinds of organizations that promote involvement, and you will find young adults and seasoned folks there who are doing things for the entire community. There may be your little league coaches. These are all people in the community who are upstanding citizens who are doing great things to help your child and you become successful. They can guide you on different things in your life that you need to have assistance with, or can gear you in the right direction. So community organizations, city activities, all of these things, volunteering at different organizations, and all of these things lead to building character. And also the end goal is to get recommendations. Once you matriculate to high school and college, you will eventually need a recommendation from these people when you are going to higher education, so that these people will help you later in life and can speak on who you are as a person.
Can I add on one quick point to Dr. Hunter's point in terms of the community? My experience has been that most people want to help if you ask and you're serious. You have to be serious. So that first impression, that presentation is important. You'd be surprised how far up the food chain you can go if you're aggressive or assertive and proactive and you just ask. So I think asking is important. And then I think immersing yourself in those communities, to Dr. Hunter's point. So if I want to be a boxer, I don't go to the pool hall to look for a mentor. I hang out at the boxing gym. If I want to be, so if you're in these communities, in these spaces, in whatever area you're interested in, that's where you'll find your mentors. That, if you want to be an entrepreneur, you may not find an entrepreneur at a party. You may not. You may have to go to that business to find an entrepreneur.
Awesome. We're running close to time, so I kind of want to close it out, because I know y'all got things to do, and we want to be mindful of your time. But this is great conversation. We're gonna have to do a round 2 in a month or so, and make sure. But I thank you, Sister Stella, for your questions, Brother D for your input, Will McKee. So let's close out on this. And this for everybody, real briefly, like if there's a final thought or something that just motivates you every day or something. A lot of the stuff I talk about with my leaders, I gave them a little journal to set small goals, like even if it's just to walk 10 laps around your house, set so you can see small victories that leads you to bigger goals. Like, what are those things that you do to either begin your day or just keep you motivated day to day? Whoever wants to go first, brother. Well, Will Boone, since we got you, Dr. Boone, go ahead if you want to go
Yes.
first.
Yes, I will. So for me, what motivates me is very important is I don't like regret. And they say in life, you'll regret more the things you don't do than the things you do. So I try to wake up and one fundamental question I ask myself is, what will I regret if I don't do it today? And then I extend that to the week. So I have no regrets in my life. The last piece, which speaks to Brother McDonald's point, is self-care. In this high digital age, digital space, you have to find time for reflection, for regeneration. That is very important. So at this age, I work hard, but I also rest hard. So that's very important.
I would say find something, I think I said this earlier, find something exciting and positive to look forward to. I don't care if it's at the end of the week, I'm gonna go shopping. If it's at the end of the week, I'm gonna do this, or tomorrow I'm gonna hook up with my cousins, my friends, people. I got a good show to watch. I got to, I got to get out here and do this, that, and the third. Find something positive to always look forward to. That way I know tomorrow I got 1 day left until I can do this. I got 3 days left, or 3 sleeps, as I call it. Got 3 times of sleep before I can wake up and do this on that day. And I'm looking forward to it. If that's what does it, that's what does it. You got to find something positive to continue to look forward to, whether it be a new record coming out, or I'm dating myself with record, a new song, a new track, I don't know, whatever it is. Find something positive to look forward to. And that just makes the day when this is coming. I'm going out to eat with my people. I'm just gonna be great. Can't wait. That's gonna do it every time. Thank you.
I think for me is to express love and kindness every day. Say something nice to people when it's warranted. Express my faults and know that I can correct them. Listen to good podcasts and enjoy a good book. And I feel if you fall down, if you look up, you can get up and do something better each day for yourself.
Awesome. And I thank y'all for everything you shared today. We're gonna have to do more time and it looks like one of my leaders has a question. Hey, AD, do you have something to share with everybody before they go? You gotta unmute.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
I want to say what mine is. So when I wake up, I just want to think about a positive day. Think about having a positive day and not thinking about anything negative, and thinking about what's going on now and not what's going to go on later in the day.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. That's one of my, he's a senior in elementary. He's a 5th grader now, big 5th grader. So we're proud of him. And I just want to thank y'all again for just sharing. We're going to do more of these. And this is just a jump off, because we need to have these conversations, to all your points, setting those priorities. What are we making priority in our community? And I think if we can be those mentors that you spoke of, or those positive influence, we can set that mind state to education, leadership, and just keep growing. And then it just trickles down. And that's our purpose, because we know the young ones coming up are going to do even greater things. So we just want to make sure they know they have somebody to kind of clear a little path to try to make it a little easier for them. So I thank all our panelists. Y'all were amazing. I appreciate your time. I'm going to toss it to Brother McKee and Brother D if they want to send some closing thoughts, and then we'll close out. I want to thank everybody on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube that's watching. I've seen some comments on the side, and they've been hooraying and giving big ups to everybody. So I just thank you again, and thank all the speakers earlier today that's watching. So Brother McKee, I'll pass it to you, and then Brother D, if y'all want to give some final thoughts.
Hey, I can't come behind that young brother that just went. I'm gonna let his statement stand. That was beautiful and well said, young brother. And many thanks, heartfelt thanks, prayers and blessings to you, to this panel. And I know that something that was said today has blessed somebody. Thank you so much, Brother D.
Absolutely. I feel the same. I want to can't follow that young brother and what he said last, so I'm gonna leave that there as well. But I do want to thank the panel, and for all 3 speaker guests that we had today. We truly appreciate it. You guys are all true leaders, and whether or not you've been told this today, you've exemplified that just by showing up. And that's a big thing for us. It's a big thing for the young people who are watching. It's a big thing for the young people who are going to be watching, because we're going to redistribute this as a recording later so they can see it, for the ones who couldn't see it today. So we truly appreciate all of you for coming through. Dr. Boone, Dr. Hunter, Dr. Teasdale, Dr. Blackman. We had a lot of doctors on here today. Dr. We don't call Ken a doctor, even though he ain't. We'll call him one anyway, because he'll take that title.
Is. He has a doctorate. Technically, he is.
Yeah, he is. So technically, he is a true doctor. And then Jacob Crane. So everybody, we truly appreciate you coming in. So thank you. This has been a powerful day.
All right. And so with that, just want to remind everybody, like Brother D said, we'll redistribute it out. We'll get it recorded, but it will be on our YouTube page, Resource Center TV. So go to the page, like it. It'll stay up on our Facebook page, Clergy for Cures, on Facebook. So once again, a big thank you. Awesome day. Y'all be blessed. And I truly appreciate it like these. It's just showing up. It just shows we have a powerful community, powerful network. And when it's focused and centered on growing the future, we can't go wrong. So I thank you all. I send my blessings, and y'all be blessed. Thank you to everyone who joined and asked questions and participated. Y'all are amazing. And we'll see you next time. God bless.